Take.
Hi.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's okay, huh? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a great pleasure for me to come here to this new center, Vajradhatu. Vajra refers to, loosely translated, Vajra has been translated as diamond. But the actual meaning of Vajra in Tantra is indivisibility, indestructibility. Indivisibility in the sense of developing a pristine consciousness, a wisdom that fully realizes the ultimate mode of existence of things. You call it shunyata or whatever. So your blissful mind, consciousness, merging with that ultimate reality. Vajra has that meaning. Dhatu is here, reality, expanse of that indivisibility of the mind and the reality. So this is a wonderful meaning of the center. So I think the purpose of the center is to discover, to help people discover that subtlemost mind with which one is able to see the reality as it is, without denigration, without exaggeration. ठीक है ना? Why we need to know this? We need to know this because we want happiness. Right? I very often ask this question. Some of you who might have visited some of my talks, you will find me saying the same thing. So the purpose of the spiritual practice or Buddhist practice thereby is to find happiness. तो यहाँ मैं एक सवाल पूछता हूँ सबसे हमेशा, do you want happiness? I've asked this question to many places, in America, in Russia, in Singapore, in Jerusalem, in India, to the Tibetans, and so many places. Do you want happiness? Everybody says yes. देखो, they answer इस पर. Then I ask the second question by saying, okay, if you want happiness, for how many days you want happiness? See, laughing, smiling, see? So by smiling, I can figure out, by smiling you are saying, Guruji, when it comes to happiness, it's not a question of few days, as long as possible. इसमें ध्यान देना है. Pay attention to this. You want happiness, and happiness as long as possible. Now the key question here is, how did you reach at this point, wanting long-lasting happiness? Did somebody teach you? Did you learn it from a particular religion? So the wish to have long-lasting happiness is an inborn quality. It is not something that you are told by your parents, not necessary. It is not something you learn from religion. You are born with this wish to have long-lasting happiness. इसको पहचानना चाहिए आपको. You need to recognize this. I'm born like that, wanting long-lasting happiness. When you go back, you write down on the wall, I want long-lasting happiness, to remind you. That's very important. Now I am asking and you are also understanding, so you are saying, yes, I want long-lasting happiness. But that is not how we live our days. भूल जाते हम लोग फिर. थोड़ी थोड़ी चीज़ के लिए फिर दौड़ता है. Long-lasting happiness के लिए ध्यान नहीं देता. That's the problem. ठीक है ना? So having confirmed that you want long-lasting happiness, the next thing that you need to ask is, from where I am going to get that long-lasting happiness? कहाँ से मिलेगा वो? Will you get that long-lasting happiness from your parents? There is no point rushing, Just be very sure about many of these important things. Dil mein हाथ रखकर बोलो कि are you going to get that long-lasting happiness from your parents, from your relatives, from your husband, from your wife? I'm not trying to create a friction. This is the reality. Are you going to get the long-lasting happiness from money? From big building? From some fancy cars? I'm again not saying that these are all irrelevant, एकदम से तुम साधु सन्यासी बन जाओ, वो भी नहीं बोल रहा मैं. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, be very careful. What I'm saying is long-lasting happiness. कुछ दिन के लिए वाला नहीं बोल रहा मैं. Long-lasting happiness, reliable happiness. Short-term happiness, short-term pleasure, we also get from different things, right? But then again, you start suffering. So from where are we going to get that long-lasting happiness? Or in other words, what are the main sources of that long-lasting happiness? It's not your money, it's not your name, it's not your fame, it's not your relatives, it is not how tall the building is. 100% sure. So I will request the Vajradhatu organizers to to sign an agreement. ठीक है ना? एक छोटा सा पेज में लिखो कि we are not going to get long-lasting happiness from material things, from friends, relatives. Signature आपका. Why we need to take this signature? We need to take this signature so that next time you don't act as if you are going to get that long-lasting happiness from your relatives, friends, things like that. Right? I'm not saying your friends are bad, your relatives are all useless, money is not needed, we all need all this. What I'm saying is long-lasting happiness. And why will you not get that long-lasting happiness from your friends, relatives, money, name, fame, and so forth? Why? Why you're not going to get that from your friends, relatives, money, and so forth? Why? Not just impermanent. Because they are all outside of you. What is outside of you, you have no control. Okay? Of course, in our daily life, the husband tries to control the wife, wife tries to control the husband. Things like that, लेकिन कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकता है. क्यों? Because how long you are going to be the chokidar of each other? 24 hours तो आप नहीं कर सकता. और वैसे भी, even if the husband is good, wife is good, money is good, building is nice and so forth, but still, then as you said, second, it is impermanent. They are all going to go. अब इसमें हमने क्या करना है कि अपनी ही जिंदगी में, in your own life, you write down the list of those people who you have seen died. तब थोड़ा हिलेगा, ऐसे नहीं हिलने वाला। रियली कितना देखो, वो आपर में जो ओबिचुरी आता वो नहीं बोल रहा है। पीपल यू नो हु हैव डाइड, इवन क्लोज फ्रेंड्स। मैंने तो धर्मशाला में कुछ महीने में कम से कम 7-8 लोग मरते हुए देखा। धर्मशाला में, such a small place. I'm not trying to scare you. ठीक है ना? There's nothing to get scared, but I'm telling you the truth. Karwa such bitter truth. उसमें ध्यान देना चाहिए, तब हिलेगा, वैसे नहीं भी हिलने वाला। क्यों हिलना चाहिए? Why you should move? Because unless you make a move, unless you get a little bit jolted, you're not going to change. मैं अनुभव से कह रहा हूँ, मैं भी सोचता कभी ये करूँगा वो करूँगा, कभी मैं if I become sick or get some trouble, कुछ नहीं, मतलब कुछ नहीं, आप धर्म करूँगा। फिर कितना दिन चलता है वो पता है आपको? 4 दिन की चांदनी, फिर अंधेरी रात, वही फिर कुछ नहीं, तो फिर वही हल्ला बल्ला। Really? So that's why systematic practice, meditation, reflection, again and again. The important features of Buddhism is primarily 2 things: view and conduct. View matlab way of thinking, सोच विचार। दूसरा व्यवहार, conduct. Do it. And the conduct should be non-violent, ethical. Primarily ethical means primarily benefiting others. And that will come through right view. सोच विचार ठीक से नहीं होने से वो नहीं आ सकता, confirmation नहीं मिलता फिर। Confirmation and the need to practice morality comes with proper perspective, proper understanding, proper knowledge. So right view is important. So what we are really trying to say is, we all agree that we want long-lasting happiness. So from where that you are going to get that long-lasting happiness? So I briefly mentioned that long-lasting happiness will not come from outside of you. So that means it has to come from you, from within yourself. कैसे? सोच विचार बदल के, changing your attitude, changing your outlook. Changing your outlook primarily means adapting your way of thinking in accordance with the reality. ऐसे जोर जबरदस्ती करके बे मतलब का माइंड बदलो, ये नहीं बोल रहे हैं हम लोग। We are not saying you like it or not because this is said by Buddha, this is said by Dalai Lama, you change it. ये नहीं बोल रहे हैं। Change your attitude means, or change your mental outlook means, developing a perspective which is in accordance with the reality. अब reality को कौन टाल सकता है? Reality, when we say reality, there are so many facets of reality. So accept them. Accept them means, like for example, impermanence is reality. Can you change it? Nobody can change it. Suffering is also reality. It will be there. We can reduce it, we can minimize it, but it will be there. In our ordinary life, it will be there. Interdependent origination is reality, nobody can change it. Scientists could not change it. They are all saying theory of relativity. बोल रहे हैं ना अभी? They are making this statement not after studying Buddhism. The reality will come slowly or sooner or later. So therefore, changing your attitude means accepting the reality, living a life in accordance with the reality. Right? That's very important. Now, for example, let us say one of the family members in your house dies. अब क्या करोगे फिर? क्या करोगे? What will you do? हाँ? Huh? Normally what we do is cry. Hi, क्या हो गया? सिर्फ मेरे लिए ऐसे क्यों हो रहा है? सिर्फ आपके लिए नहीं हो रहा है, दुनिया में हो रहा है, पूरा दुनिया में हो रहा है. There is something that's happening everywhere. Nothing particular to you, nothing special to you. So right from the beginning, if you have this acceptance of the law of nature, you will not be shocked when you encounter it. You will be able to face it securely, properly. So therefore, the core of Buddha's teaching is, Buddha is basically saying, do those things which is beneficial and don't do those things which is not beneficial. अभी हम लोग उल्टा कर रहा है. We keep on doing all those things which is not beneficial. जो beneficial है वो हम लोग नहीं कर रहे हैं. कैसे? For example, when you are living with your husband, wife, brother, sister, then when you are both alive and living together, you are not so nice. When that somebody dies, then you shed your crocodile tear. Hi. That's not beneficial. When you are living together, if you do be nice to each other, that's beneficial. That you don't do. When that person dies, फिर मगरमच्छ का आंसू. बेमतलब का चीज हम लोग करते हैं. So in a way, much of the suffering that we are encountering in today's world is our own creation. खुद का किया हुआ है. Our own creation. So which means unnecessary suffering. Unnecessarily suffering. Because of your narrow-minded way of looking at things. Short-sightedness. You are suffering unnecessarily. So many of these unnecessary sufferings can be minimized and even removed. So therefore the key question is, yes, I know you want long-lasting happiness. But how would you find long-lasting happiness in a changing world? Finding happiness in a changing world, finding happiness in an uncertain world. In Buddhist terms, it is called finding happiness in an impermanent world. हम लोग हिंदी में बोलते हैं ना, बदलते रिश्ते, सब कुछ बदल रहा है. And you will find that happiness when you accept that change. It's almost like paradox. Because normally we think, I will be able to find that permanent happiness if the relation with my relatives, husband, wife, they are all permanent. मेरा husband भी नहीं मरता, मैं भी नहीं मरता, मेरा सारा रिश्तेदार कोई नहीं मरता, ये बिल्डिंग भी नहीं गिरता, है ना? फिर मेरा पैसा भी बढ़ता गया, रियाज बढ़ता गया, everything is permanent and good, then I will be happy. That's how we think, right? गलत सोच, completely opposite to the reality. So therefore, finding happiness in an uncertain world, impermanent world, changing world is the key. अब वो कैसे हो सकता है? हो सकता है? Is it possible to get long-lasting or permanent happiness in a changing world? Is it possible? वो आपने सोचना है. Is it possible? अभी हम लोग क्या सोचते हैं? हम लोग सोचते हैं कि अभी तो इतना हैप्पीनेस मुझे नहीं मिला, तो कहाँ से मिलेगा हैप्पीनेस? If I go to Goa beach, I'll get happiness. 5 दिन के लिए, हाँ? और 4 दिन के लिए लद्दाख या जाए कहीं भी जाओ, फिर I'll get that happiness. सोचते ही नहीं सोचते. चलो वो भी ठीक है, लेकिन परमानेंट हैप्पीनेस वहाँ नहीं मिलने वाला है. फिर कैसे करेंगे? क्या करेंगे? आप कैसे खोजेंगे? There's an ancient Indian story of a gentleman who lived for 1000 years. 1000 साल जिया वो. During his 1000 years life, he married 100 wives. He has 100 wives, which produce 100 children. So he has 100 sons, 100 wives, and he himself was 1000 years old now. So when he reached 1000 years old, the messenger of the death came and said, Bhaiya, आप चलने को तैयार करो, आपने बहुत जी लिया 1000 years. तो उसने क्या बोला? I know I lived 1000 years, but I want to live more. To get happiness, I want to live more. और मुझे जाने का जरूरत क्या है? मैंने इतना बच्चा पैदा करके रखा है, इसमें से एक उठा के ले जाओ. Take one of them. Take one of them. तो सबसे बड़ा जो बेटा है, the eldest son, the messenger of death goes to the eldest son, said, "This is what your father is saying. Are you ready to go?" बोलता नहीं मैं क्यों जाऊँ? दूसरे से पूछो. फिर पूछ करके वे he came to the youngest son who was 16 years old. 16 years old. You want to go? He said, जाऊँगा, मैं जाऊँगा, जरूर जाऊँगा. The messenger of death said, how come? You are so young, you hardly had lived your life. When your father who has reached 1000 years old is reluctant to go, when all your elder sons are reluctant to go, फिर आप क्या, कैसे हो सकता है? You know the answer from this young boy, he said, when my father and all my elder brothers, when they lived for so many years, they could not enjoy, could not get happiness, could not enjoy, I don't think I will be able to get that happiness by living long. See, look at this. So what the point that I'm driving at is, you will not get happiness by living long. हम लोग वही सोचते हैं ना. फिर कब मिलेगा? हैप्पीनेस कहाँ मिलेगा? यहीं वज्रधातु में आपको हैप्पीनेस होना चाहिए. आज हैप्पीनेस होना चाहिए आपके पास. That is the thing. Every day, like when you talk about living a happy life, it consists of years. Year consists of months, month consists of days, day consists of hours, hour consists of seconds. If possible, each and every second, enjoy, be happy. हम लोग happiness, we cannot have happiness right now. Why? हम तो बस सोच रहा है पीछे जो बीता हुआ काल उसने ये हुआ वो हुआ सारा कहानी बार बार दोहरा के उसने ये बोला he did this, पुराना फिल्म दिख दे रहा. फिर कई लोग हम लोग बोलता है प्लान करके फिर 2 साल के बाद क्या होगा, 3 साल के बाद कहाँ जाना है. That's why the Buddhist teachers, they are saying, they are talking about mindfulness, be in the present. कल किसने देखा है? आपको क्या भरोसा है आपको कल कहाँ होगा तुम? So don't waste your life. Of course you can, I'm not saying don't plan, you can make certain plans, but don't get obsessed with what has happened in the past, don't get obsessed with what is going to come in the future. Enjoy now, live now. So can you be happy now?
Yes.
How? ऐसे करके हाँ करके. You cannot be happy just saying yeah I'm happy. You can develop this happiness by developing certain understanding. When I was giving a public talk in Russia, Moscow last year, I was giving this talk saying almost the same thing. Then there was an elderly Russian lady sitting in the front line. She said, Guruji, I am elderly Russian lady, poor lady, living alone. How can I be happy? See, how can I be happy? She asked me this question. Then I said, oh, you said you are poor, you have nothing, you are living alone, you cannot be happy. But I see many things in you. She said, क्या? आपके पास 2 आंख है ना? बोला मैंने. हाँ, वो तो है. 2 पाँव भी है ना? हाँ, वो भी है. 2 हाथ भी है ना? हाँ, वो भी है. So what I'm trying to say is, if you realize the things, good things that you have, like 2 eyes, 2 hands, this is not something easy that you'll get like anything. There are hundreds and millions of people without eyesight, without legs, without hands. अभी दूर जाने का जरूरत, पुणे में जाओ, सिटी में जाओ. The beggars, without eyesight, without proper legs, still trying to live in the street and trying to remain alive. Comparing to that, we are already almost like in the heaven. क्या नहीं है हमारे पास. है ना, है कि नहीं? You can be happy. I'm really lucky. You're happy. है ना? Happiness दान बटोरने से नहीं होता है. It's state of your mind. You need those facilities, but at the end of the day, it is the state of your mind. I'm really lucky. दोनों आंखें, दोनों पैर सही सलामत हैं. I may not be a billionaire or millionaire or things like that, but I have enough to eat. I'm not just saying that. I say this to myself all the time. I'm happy. I'm lucky. सोने के लिए कमरा है, खाने के लिए खाना, दूसरे से थोड़ा मदद भी कर सकते. और क्या चाहिए आप? और क्या चाहिए? These material possessions are such that the more you will have, the more you will get headache. Happiness नहीं मिलता है, दोबारा उसमें कष्ट होता है, फिर भाई बहन से लड़ता है. अखबार में आता है ना बार बार, husband killed wife, wife killed husband. क्या पैसे के लिए नहीं कर रहा. So think like that. Enjoy every day. Be happy. And when you are happy, then you can do spiritual practice. Then you can meditate. अभी हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं? If you are not happy, meditate. There are teachers even who say, if you are not happy, meditate. If you are not happy, how can you meditate? सबसे पहले आपका मन जो है वो रिलैक्स, काम, हैप्पी होना चाहिए. That's why हम लोग बोलते हैं शीला, समाधि, प्रज्ञा. शील का मतलब, शील मतलब शीतलता. When the mind is cool and happy, then you can concentrate. ठीक है ना? तो दुनिया में जितना भी वो सब हमको थोड़ी चाहिए. ठीक है ना? मन को काबू रखने के लिए distraction, you need to get rid of the distraction. अब distraction के लिए क्या क्या पैदा करके रखा है दुनिया में आजकल. एक मॉल में जाओ आप देखिएगा सब कुछ distraction के लिए रखा है. हम तो पहले से distracted है और फिर distraction के लिए, क्योंकि आपका पैसा खींचना है उन्होंने, तो सारा कुछ चमकते हुए बना रखे, शाइनी गैजेट्स, सब कुछ बना के रखा हुआ है आपको और खींचने के लिए. तो उसमें थोड़ा काबू रखना चाहिए. जितना तुमको चाहिए उतना ठीक है, बस बाजार में जितना है वो सब खरीदने का जरूरत नहीं है. यू डोंट हैव टू बाय एवरीथिंग दैट इज फ्लडिंग इन द मार्केट. ठीक है ना? So you can be happy in a changing world. And in fact, changing world means, because things are changing, you can also change. If things are not changing and static, then it is what it is. There's nothing you can do. But things are changing, therefore if you make an effort, you can also change. Just like the Buddha, he was an ordinary person like you and me. He made an attempt. He changed himself completely and became enlightened. And similarly, look at His Holiness Dalai Lama, who is a leader of people who had lost their country, living in exile. कितना कष्ट उनको सहना पड़ता है, but always smiling. And he keeps on telling people, I do all the things that I can do, बाकी गोली मारो. Something like that, Really? He's happy all the time. He's happy. Makes everybody happy. So there is nobody who will catch hold of your hand and throw you into heaven. कोई भी नहीं आएगा. गॉड भी नहीं आएगा, बुद्धा भगवान भी नहीं आएगा, कोई भी गुरु भी नहीं, कोई भी नहीं आ सकता. कोई नहीं कर सकता. तुम्हारा हाथ पकड़ के स्वर्ग में फेंक देना कोई नहीं करेगा, कर नहीं सकता. However good those people are to you, nobody can do that for you unless you take care of yourself. And similarly, there's nobody, however horrible and bad and mean to you, there's nobody who will catch hold of your leg and drag you into hell. They can kill you physically, okay? Maximum they can do. But the mind, they can't do anything. So nobody can catch hold of your leg and drag you into hell. Your happiness, your suffering is in your hand. आपके हाथ में है. आपके हाथ में मैं बोल रहा हूँ, आपको इसको याद रखना है. आपके हाथ में है. Your happiness and your suffering is in your hand. Therefore, do not. Your happiness and your suffering is in your hand. Therefore, Do not cheat yourself. अपने आप को धोखा मत दो. अब आप लोग बोलेंगे ये गुरुजी क्या बोल रहे हैं? मैं अपने आप को क्यों धोखा दूं? धोखा देने का मतलब है जो करना चाहिए वो नहीं कर रहा है, जो नहीं करना चाहिए वो कर रहा है, उसको बोलता है धोखा. How many times we are doing that? Forget about others cheating you. First, you should stop cheating yourself. Because your happiness and your suffering is in your hand. If you cheat yourself, you will have suffering. Right? ठीक है ना? I always also play with this word. You know, when we meet people and then we separate, then we say, bye, take care, right? Bye, take care, बोलते हैं ना हम लोग. कोई भी नहीं बोलता है ना, bye, I will take care of you. बोलता है कि नहीं बोलता? हाँ? Buddha said this long time back. I'm bringing these ordinary conversations up so that you can better understand it. Buddha said this long time back. Buddha said, self is the protector of the self, no one else can be the protector. बोला था उन्होंने 2500 years back. Self is the protector of the self, no one else can be the protector. Self is the enemy of the self, no one else can be the enemy. You can take the example of the Tibetans. Now it's very easy for us to criticize, oh, Chin came and then Chinese came and they destroyed our land. अभी हमने भी बहुत गलती किया ना, जो करना चाहिए वो हमने नहीं किया, जो तरक्की करना चाहिए नहीं किया, अभी भी नहीं कर रहे हैं. अभी भी हम लोग बोलते हैं कि we keep on criticizing the Chinese government, saying that oh, in Tibet there is no freedom to preserve our culture and religion. बोलने के लिए बोल रहे हैं, वो सही है, लेकिन उधर फ्रीडम नहीं है, सही है, लेकिन यहाँ इंडिया में फ्रीडम है, फिर क्यों नहीं कर रहा है? तो हम लोग नहीं कर रहे. This is human way of doing things, जो करना चाहिए वो नहीं कर रहा. इंडिया में भी देखो, जो things that Indians can do, we are not doing. Then enemy वहाँ से वो कर रहे हैं, वहाँ सब enemy कर रहे हैं. And the politicians just play with that. हमने बहुत कुछ किया, लेकिन हमारा रुकावट दे रहा है, ये बॉर्डर से आ रहा है, ये है वो है बोलकर, जो हमने अंदर से. When the Buddha was dying, he was passing away. Then his monks requested him to appoint somebody as his representative. He did not appoint anybody, a single person as his representative. He said, when I am gone, this is my representative. Meaning that my teaching is my representative. And you need to practice their teaching. And he also said that the lion, the king of jungle, cannot be easily harmed by other animals, right? But that lion will be killed by the viruses inside his body. दुश्मन अंदर है, दुश्मन अंदर है. बाहर से दुश्मन आने से it's not so difficult. You can run away, they just like Tibetans run away. Or you can fight. Or you can say, please, save my life, I'll do whatever you say. But the greatest difficulty is the enemy inside. And the enemy inside, what are those enemies inside which is there with each of us? Anger, jealousy, hatred, ignorance, negative competition, countless. In Buddhist teaching, it speaks about 84,000 classes of negative emotions. 84,000, मुझे भी पता नहीं कौन-कौन. 84,000. But suffice it to say that we have all these negative emotions within ourselves. ठीक है ना? So, practicing Buddhism means not that just doing prostration or going around the temple, दिखावा के लिए, वो नहीं बोल रहा. The real practice is change your attitude, change your mind. Reduce the intensity of these negative emotions. Now इसके लिए क्या करना है? There are so many negative emotions, we cannot deal with all of these negative emotions, but identify that negative emotion which has the strongest, presence in your mind. अब ज़्यादा गुस्से वाला है, if you're a hot-tempered person, then try to reduce that. कैसे? Recollect all those occasions when you got angry. उस वक्त आपने क्या किया? उस वक्त आपने क्या किया? याद करो उसको. Are you ready to come and share that? What did you do when you were angry? or when you're jealous, when you have excessive attachment and things like that, क्या हुआ उस वक्त पे? For example, anger. Is there anybody who right in the morning makes a motivation saying, today I will get angry? ऐसा है कोई? नहीं है ना? नहीं है ना, तो मुझे हमको थोड़ा पता है कि एंगर ठीक नहीं है, थोड़ा कुछ पता है हमको. लेकिन फिर भी जब हम when we go to the workplace, meet with strange people, we get angry, sometimes even physically fight. Then in the evening when you return home, reflect back what had happened in the day that you fought with somebody. Is there anybody who will say then that I fought with somebody today, I was very angry today, so I really enjoyed the day? ऐसा कोई है? हाँ? नहीं है ना, तो मतलब एंजॉय नहीं करता है ना. वो देखना है हम लोग. And normally what do you do when you get angry? Shout तो करता ही है. When we get angry, we become mad. मैं नहीं बोल रहा है, हम सब बोल रहे हैं. बोलते हैं वो गुस्से से पागल है. नहीं बोलता, बोलता है ना. It's not only Buddhist teaching. In English also we say he is mad with anger. हिंदी में भी बोलता है गुस्से से पागल है. पागल है, पागल मतलब mad. So getting angry means getting mad. Now we have to now think, you want to become mad? You want to become mad? मैं एक बार गया था उधर, पागल खाना में गया था अमृतसर में एक बार. तो उधर जो जितना भी पागल, एक बड़ा सा लंबा बैरक में सब ठहरा था. क्या क्या भाग रहा है, ऐसे बोलता है, पानी फेंक रहा है अपना आप, बोलता है कि मुझे 50 रोटी चाहिए, ये वो. When you are insane completely, so you do all kinds of stupid, silly things, and you have no idea what you are doing. And that is exactly what we do when we get angry. And when later on, when the anger has cooled down, then only we realize what a sin I have created. You feel sorry. You feel ashamed to face that person with whom you fought. है ना, है कि नहीं? This is our experience. कुछ नहीं मिलता आपको. When people go to that extent of knifing each other, killing each other. I have seen very young, smart, educated people got angry and knifing and killing each other. I have seen. पागलपन. क्या पैदा? So the first thing that these negative emotions do is destroy the headquarter. बाहर से कोई एनिमी आके दिल्ली, न्यू दिल्ली, राजधानी कैप्चर कर लिया तो फिर क्या होगा? फिर हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे? इंडिया इज नाउ लॉस्ट. उसी तरह दिस एंगर एंड नेगेटिव इमोशंस, द फर्स्ट थिंग दे डू इज कैप्चर द हेडक्वार्टर ऑफ योर माइंड. Then you can't think properly, you can't make plans properly, you can't analyze properly, you can't use logic. ठीक है ना? People who have no logic, no reason, they get angry first. So therefore what I'm trying to say is if we really want happiness, we need to start identifying these negative emotions. और काम ज़्यादा नहीं करना हमने. पढ़ने तो पढ़ना, ये सारा में पढ़ेंगे, आज मैं पढ़ूंगा, जरूर पढ़ूंगा. लेकिन करना क्या है हमने? करना क्या है? नेगेटिव इमोशंस को आइडेंटिफाई करो. उसको लिखो. क्या है? एंगर, जेलसी, हेट्रेड, और भी बहुत सारा नाम है. Unrealistic expectations, so many things are there. Write down. And based on your own experience, how these negative emotions have, let us be fair with the negative emotions also. ठीक है ना? शुरू से ऐसे नहीं कि नेगेटिव इमोशन करके डम ऐसा मत करो. लिखो. फिर उससे क्या फायदा है? What is the benefit? What is the destructiveness? उसको ठीक से जांच पड़ताल करके, जस्ट लाइक अ साइंटिस्ट, जस्ट लाइक अ रिसर्चर, एंगर के बारे में कितना एंगर ने आपको मदद दिया, कितना हानि पहुंचाए, वो लिखो, नंबर दो, फिर 100 से कितना मार्क मिलता है उसको, पॉजिटिव साइड में, नेगेटिव साइड में कितना मिलता है, बेस्ड ऑन योर एक्सपीरियंस, नॉट जस्ट थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज, बेस्ड ऑन योर एक्सपीरियंस। एंगर हम सब ने, वी हैव ऑल एक्सपीरियंस एंगर, जेलसी भी है, सब कुछ है, अटैचमेंट, ग्रीड भी है। उससे आपको क्या मिला अभी तक, क्या फायदा हुआ, वो देखो, कुछ नहीं मिलता है। एंगर ब्रिंग्स हेडेक, हेडेक नहीं होता है, ज़्यादा गुस्सा होने से हेडेक, सिर दर्द नहीं होता है, ब्लड प्रेशर नहीं बढ़ता है, सांस भी नहीं ले सकता। People when they are really angry, they want to say something, they yell, and then उस दिन भी आपने, आज भी आपने, देखो, and Buddha said, why is it that when people are angry and standing towards each other closely, still they have to yell? Why? साथ में बैठा है दोनों, फिर भी शाउट करना, क्यों? Why? क्यों? धीरे से बोल सकते हैं ना, मैं आपसे बहुत गुस्सा है। Two people sitting together, standing together, very angry towards each other, and they have to yell. Why? The Buddha said, because when you get angry, you create distance already. Mentally you create that distance. Then you start yelling. On the one hand, when you have love and you compassion, you don't have to yell, just look at that person and smile and he will understand. Physically there's a distance, but mentally there's no distance, you can understand. Anger makes you blind. And not only in terms of immediate happiness and things like that, even in terms of फाइनेंशियल लॉसेस। अब ये बोलना पड़ता है ना आजकल, ये फाइनेंशियल चीज़ है, बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है ना, ये भी बोलना पड़ता है, हम बोलता है नहीं। अदरवाइज दिल से यार बुद्धिस्ट प्रैक्टिस इज़ वेरी गुड, बट मुझे रोटी मकान चाहिए ना, मुझे तो काम करना है। People think like that. But if you genuinely, sincerely practice spirituality like Buddhism, your financial status will also improve. Believe me. Now all the big corporates, at least from here, not from here, but at least started talking about compassion. Ethics भी बोलना शुरू कर दिया अभी, क्योंकि नहीं आता है अभी। कम से कम, if you board an aeroplane, now aeroplane has become very cheap. But before, when you check in a 5-star hotel or in a, aeroplane, people they are very nice. Sir, may I help you? Sir, is there anything I can do for you? यहाँ से बोल रहा है, यहाँ से, इधर से नहीं बोल रहा है, क्योंकि when you really get problem, they will not help you. मुझे पता है सब कुछ. At least even for your needs, you need to be nice. You see. Now, if that nicety is from the depth of your heart, imagine your business will go like this. Your business will improve like this. Genuinely help people. You get your business done, and the person also get. अभी बोलते हैं ना customer satisfaction कहाँ मिलता है? झूठ बोलते रहता है. एयरलाइन वाला बोलता है सर रिफंड होगा, फिर रिफंड कहाँ मिलता है? ये करो वो करो ये करो, मिलता ही नहीं. तो जेन्युइन नहीं है ना उसमें. जेन्युइन होने से कितना अच्छा है. And if you undertake all this practice of ethics, morality and things like that, many of those expenses that you make for useless, stupid things will stop. अभी दुनिया में क्या कर रहा है? They work like a donkey to make money, and then they squander their money for totally useless things. Many in the West, I've seen people, they really work like a donkey. And then because they work like a donkey, not taking rest and having no peace of mind, then they mentally get a little bit crazy, then they go to psychotherapy. So psychotherapy is a booming business in so-called developed countries. मेरा दोस्त भी है psychotherapies. They're booming like, अब क्या फायदा है? गधे की तरह इतना कम करके वो सारा पैसा साइकोथेरेपिस्ट को देना तुमने, क्योंकि तुम्हारा मन ठीक नहीं है. So therefore what I'm saying during this retreat is please identify some of the predominant negative emotions that you have personally and try to reduce them by clearly knowing their destructiveness. Try to reduce them. If you do that, you will shine out. You will be much, much happier, and that happiness you can't buy with your money. वो पैसे से नहीं मिलने वाला हो. Unless you do it, पैसे से नहीं खरीद सकता वो. स्मार्ट पिल बोलते हैं ना, स्मार्ट पिल अमेरिका में बना है, स्मार्ट पिल हैप्पीनेस के लिए, वो नहीं चलता है, काम नहीं करता वो. ठीक है ना? और नहीं है ज़्यादा, कुछ नहीं करना हमने. नेगेटिव, फाइट विद द नेगेटिव इमोशंस. दे आर योर एनिमी. They are enemy of the country, the real enemy of the nation. Anger, jealousy, divisiveness. Divisiveness भी कर रहा है आजकल politics में. Unfortunately, the leaders are doing this. This is the poison which will destroy the country, which will destroy the society. So fight with the internal negative emotions. You will be happier. 100% guaranteed. If you do that practice, 100% guarantee. I'm saying. अब मैं हमसे पैसा भी नहीं मांग रहा, कुछ नहीं मांग रहा. अब नहीं करना है अपने लिए. वो करना है हम लोग. बाकी सुनने के लिए बहुत है सारा. सुन के थक भी जाओगे आप एक दिन, कुछ दिन पढ़ोगे, फिर बाद में छोड़ दोगे. मुझे पता, वो भी इधर रिट्रीट गया, उधर रिट्रीट गया, फिर उसके बाद बिल्कुल रिट्रीट हो गया फिर. Because I am not very fond of this word retreat also. Retreat is not retreating from life's responsibilities. Right? तो करना है और कुछ नहीं करना. ठीक है ना? So, view and conduct bring about change in your way of life through right mental perspective. Okay, so let us read, because we have distributed this text. Brief summary of the whole path. देखो हम लोग बोलते हैं कि हमारे पास समय नहीं, I have no time, but I also want to do the whole thing, greedy as we are. So I know this, so therefore I said, okay, this is for greedy people. ज़्यादा लंबा भी नहीं है, लेकिन उसमें सारा कुछ चाहिए हमको. लेकिन वो इतना आसान नहीं है. So I'm just giving you the outline. So next time, if you really want to achieve something, then you need to expand on it. But to make sure that you understand the outline. जैसे कि हमने दिल्ली में जाना है, तो कहाँ से गुजर के जाना है, हाँ? रूट को पता होना चाहिए ना. तो यहाँ से हम बुद्धाहुड मिल जाएगा. बुद्धाहुड, if you don't like the word Buddhahood, you are basically saying I want the highest happiness. That's the name for Buddhahood, is highest happiness. तो वहाँ जाने के लिए रोड मार्क क्या है, गाइडलाइन क्या है, वो बता रहा है यहाँ. तो इसलिए बोल रहे हैं कि सर्वप्रथम सबसे पहले आपको एक अच्छा गुरु मिलना चाहिए. फर्स्ट डेवलप अ थोरो अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द वे टू रिलाई ऑन द स्पिरिचुअल टीचर, बिकॉज दैट इज द रूट ऑफ द पाथ. सबसे पहले आपको एक अच्छा सा गुरु मिलना चाहिए. अब गुरु भी गुरु है. आजकल बहुत तरह के गुरु है. बहुत सारा गुरु पैसे के लिए दौड़ रहा है, वो भी बिजनेस कर रहा है अपना. Sometimes I say, I'm wearing this cloth is another way of spending life. सच्ची में है कि नहीं? Another way of spending life. So guru मतलब, you know the meaning of the word guru, Sanskrit word guru. Gu means ignorance. Ru means remover. Real Guru is one who will help you remove your ignorance. Guru. ऐसा गुरु चाहिए. तो सब गुरु के पीछे मत दौड़ो. My advice, strong advice. If Vajradhatu is organizing many teachings by different teachers, you go, okay, no problem. Going there is no problem. But listen to them like a lecture, no problem. You don't have to make a connection between Guru Chela. Connection banane ka zarurat nahi hai. Of course, you can thank them if you get benefited. Yes, thank, very good teaching, wonderful. But शुरू से आपका जो गला है ना, उसके गले के साथ मत बांधो रस्सी से. Listen, take time. Gradually when you find that person not only qualified but also compassionate, good person, then you can, whether you call that person as your guru or not, but you can continue to keep in touch with that person. ठीक है ना? So in the beginning you just listen as a lecture. Of course, saying thank you is no problem. Even if I give you a cup of tea, I'll say thank you, there's no problem. But गला तुमने नहीं बांधना किसी के साथ. ठीक है ना? Take time. And the most important thing is your inner guru. There are two gurus, external guru, inner guru. Inner guru आपके साथ में होना चाहिए. Inner guru मतलब the wisdom in your mind, compassion, loving kindness, all the good qualities that you develop, they are your real guru. They'll guide you in the time of difficulty. External guru, again, like your husband and wife, they may not be there with you all the time, you see. So at the end of the day, it has to be your inner qualities as your guru. ठीक है ना? But to start with, of course, we need a qualified teacher at least to whether you call that person as guru or not, but you need a qualified teacher. Qualified teacher. Qualified teacher means a person who has really undertaken study for many, many years and who also has practiced the content of those teachings, who has conviction on the meaning of those teachings. Those people can guide you. Otherwise, we will just say things, just like any other lecturer, but because when it comes to removing the negative emotions, there is a systematic process of doing it. ठीक है ना? उसमें समय लगता है, उसमें practice होना चाहिए. First, develop a thorough understanding of the way to rely on a spiritual teacher, because that is the root of the path. So my strong suggestion is, do not just jump on any person saying that this is my guru. Don't act like a dog that sees a piece of meat. If you throw a piece of meat in front of a dog, that dog has no time to taste it. He will immediately jump and eat it. Don't do like that. Take time. If you still thinking, I don't have a teacher, I want a teacher, then for the time being you can say Dalai Lama is my teacher. There's no problem with that. There are few qualified masters like His Holiness Dalai Lama. You can accept him as your teacher, guru. There's no problem with that. Guru doesn't have to stay in your house. Guru make that connection, read his teaching. Nowadays you can download all of the teachings there. Okay. Then if you want somebody who you want to constantly refer, you can still find somebody who is good enough to refer to, but still take time. Okay? That's important. So once you take in somebody, after testing, when you accepted somebody as your teacher, then you should follow his advice. उसके बाद फिर तुम बदल के बोलता है ये गुरु ठीक नहीं है, मैंने सोचा अच्छा ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए फिर. The relation is similar like husband and wife. Marriage से पहले देखो. Marriage से पहले तुम as a person, how good that person, you don't see, you just see the face. Oh, so handsome, so beautiful. Then you get married. Then कुछ दिन के बाद जैसे मैंने बोला था 4 दिन की चांदनी फिर अंधेरी रात. फिर फाइटिंग, फिर डिवोर्स, वो नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक है ना? Any relation, guru relation especially, first develop a thorough understanding. लिखा है ना thorough understanding. First develop a thorough understanding of the way to rely on a spiritual teacher, because that is the root of the path. Meaning, this is very crucial. Because if you meet a bad teacher, I have met people who are completely looted by so-called their teacher. I've met people like that. Somebody goes there with great faith, and then that guru says, oh, I have been looking for this, I want to build a center, I have no money, then they'll give the money, and when you have given all the money, we have nothing, then say, please go. देखो, अब इसमें ordinary person का politeness जो है, character वो भी नहीं है, क्या गुरु बनेगा? ऐसा भी है। तो आजकल का प्रॉब्लम ये है, मेन प्रॉब्लम इज पीपल हैव दिस लाइकिंग टू टीचिंग स्पिरिचुअलिटी, लाइकिंग है, इंटरेस्ट है, लेकिन इग्नोरेंट है, एंड देन पीपल टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ योर इनोसेंस और योर इग्नोरेंस। And people even go to the extent of saying, now since I am your teacher, if you don't listen to me, you will go to Vajra hell. क्या बकवास कर रहा है? There's a risk like that, so I'm warning you. Because you are looking for happiness, you are not coming here at Vajradhatu because you have nothing else to do in your home. इसलिए नहीं है ना आप, और यहाँ मौज मस्ती भी नहीं हो रहा है, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, ठीक है ना? अब इसलिए आया है कि so that you get long lasting happiness or at least reliable happiness. तो इसलिए जहाँ जहाँ गिरने का डर है वहाँ से तो सावधान रहना चाहिए. Should be very careful about all this. ठीक है ना? Because at the end of the day, as I said, at the end of the day, unless you take care of yourself, nobody will take care of you. I'm telling you this. Unless you take care of yourself, nobody will be able to take care of you. Not because everybody is bad, I'm not saying that, but simply not possible. If your mind is disturbed, कौन आपका mind ठीक करेगा? आपके शरीर में घुस के, they can't think for you, you know. You know, you have much better experience. Rahul has much better experience than me. He is dealing with many people with this mental problem, you know. Very difficult to change, you see. And one, because in the society there's no love, no affection. And then gradually when people reach that stage, it's very difficult to change, you see. So what is really missing in the society is genuine affection, genuine love, genuine care, genuine sense of responsibility. And to do that, first you need to take care of yourself. Article in the West, they talk about self-compassion, which is right, which is true, very important. So therefore, if you want to take care of others, the first condition is take care of yourself. There is a kind of exchange between two friends. And then one friend writes to that other friend saying that you take care of yourself to take care of me. I'll take care of myself to take care of you. Very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. And I have personally that experience. Because from a very young age I entered one monastery in the school, 11, 12 years studying in the school, then entered monastery. So I could not help my parents at all. So I used to think, oh my goodness, I could not help them at all. Then on a second reflection, I also realized that because I have been taking care of myself by studying, so basically they are happy, they don't have to worry about me. And there are others who stay with them, so they are helping them also, but their parents also have to help them, you see. And then later on, when I became the translator for the Dalai Lama, my parents, relatives, they were all overjoyed, you know. There's a way of helping them, you see. It's a way of helping them. So one has to take care of oneself. Take care, you know. Very important. Okay. So first develop a thorough understanding. This writer, Tsongkhapa, he has written this huge text on stages of the path. Okay. Brief summary of the whole path means brief summary of the whole Buddhist path. Normally we call it stages of path. There is a text written by many teachers who is called stages of path. And then there's also a text written by one great Indian teacher, Kamal Shir, who has written a text, 3-part text called Stages of Meditation, which I had translated into English and published by somebody in America. So that title also says Stages of Meditation, Stages of Spiritual Path. Meaning, when it comes to developing these inner spiritual qualities, there's no shortcut, there's no quick fix. Stages, stage by stage you have to make that progress. That's why they use this word, stages of meditation, stages of spiritual path. So this Master Tsongkhapa is a really, really great scholar, great practitioner, great scholar. So each of the word that he is using here, each word has a meaning. Therefore he says, first, look at this, first, सबसे पहले आपको चाहिए क्या? Develop a thorough understanding, ऐसे वैसे नहीं, thorough proper understanding of the way to rely on a spiritual teacher, because that is the root of the path. क्योंकि वहाँ से तुम गलती करोगे, फिर all your practice will be wrong. Okay. Number one. Number two, हमने क्या करना है? Number one हो गया ना, finding good spiritual master. Number two, हमने क्या करना है? ये जिंदगी जो आपको मिला है आज, this life that you got as a human life is very, very precious. Very precious. And it's not sure whether you're going to get this again and again. Don't take it for granted. According to Buddhism, don't take it for granted. Next life maybe गधा हो सकता है, सांप भी हो सकता है, सब कुछ हो, depending upon your karma. So right now is the moment, this is the opportunity. अभी देखो हम लोग, scientifically also you can see the fact that we are able to walk on 2 feet with the hands free. मोबाइल फोन भी ले सकता है, हाई भी कर सकता है. किस जानवर में ये गुण है? Physically I'm saying. And scientifically, कितना हार्ड वर्क हम लोगों ने किया खड़ा होने के लिए, कितना छलांग मार मार के फिर खड़ा हुआ है, साइंस में लिखा हुआ है, ठीक है ना? And then especially this big head, human beings are said to be having the biggest brain. Biggest brain means in terms of the physical size. Of course there are other animals having bigger brain than us because they have a bigger physical size. But relative to the body, human beings have the biggest brain. और इतना दिमाग, बड़ा दिमाग हम लोगों ने लेके आया है कि 6 महीना तक हम लोग सिर भी उठा नहीं सकता. बच्चा पैदा होने के बाद, after the birth of the child, सिर उठाने के लिए कितना महीना लगता है? कम से कम 6 महीना. ऐसे जा रहा है, सिर उठाने गिर रहा है. इतना दिमाग खोपड़ी लेके आ गया. हाँ, 6 महीने के बाद जब सिर 6 महीने के बाद जब सिर उठता है, फिर तमाशा करना शुरू कर देता है. और जितना भी और आगे बढ़ेगा, जितना भी राजनीति का नेता जो और बदमाशी करेगा, जितना भी एजुकेशन मिलेगा और बदमाशी करेगा. ये है ना, बिकॉज देयर इज नो एथिक्स, नो मोरालिटी. पोटेंशियल तो है, लेकिन पोटेंशियल जो है वो गलत जगह पर इस्तेमाल किया है. So this brain or intelligence, or whichever word you want to use, this intelligence brain must be used in the constructive side. The brain or the intelligence itself is like nuclear energy. Nuclear energy, we can't say it's positive, negative. Depends where you use it. If you use it positively, produce electricity. क्या नहीं कर सकता. Very useful. Use it in the destructive side, kills millions of people at one go. It's just a potential. Similarly, the human mind, human brain, used positively, then you become Mother Teresa, Mahatma Gandhi, His Holiness Dalai Lama. Just one person can bring happiness and benefit to millions of people. अब बदकिस्मत ये है कि दलाई लामा कम है, ज़्यादा नहीं है, 1-2 आता है. मदर तेरेसा भी 1-2 आता है. Imagine if every country has one Dalai Lama. Imagine really, who really cares about people, not just for political propaganda, will be really happy. So my point is, this brain or intelligence is just a given energy, and that energy must be used towards the positive direction through training. That's why you are here. You are here, you're lucky. Not because you're not listening to me, I'm not saying that. but because you have that interest. So you need to be happy. You are one of the fortunate people. अभी कितना है मिलियन से कितना लोग यहाँ कितना है वज्रधातु में 12 लोग आए हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइजर को छोड़कर 12. So only very few people can make it. Others देते हैं मैंने तो काम करना है पैसा कमाना है मेरे पास समय नहीं है. किसके लिए समय है तुम्हारे पास? बाकी जितने I remember that very well. Many years back when His Holiness the Dalai Lama was giving a teaching in the temple in Dharamshala, he was giving this teaching to a group of people from France. And then one French lady, she got up and said, "Your Holiness, your teaching is so good, but in the West we have no time." Then His Holiness answered this by saying, "So what should we do?" Then His Holiness answered this by saying, "Whether you want to do practice or not, up to you." Really? Then first I felt, oh, His Holiness, you are a little bit blunt today. But he was not blunt. He really explained it later on. He said, whether you want to practice or not is up to you. Nobody is forcing you. If you want to practice, you have to find time. The very statement, "I have no time," means you don't have much interest. फुटबॉल के लिए टाइम है, गाने के लिए टाइम है, नाच नाचने के लिए टाइम है, सब कुछ के लिए टाइम है. अब स्पिरिचुअल प्रैक्टिस टाइम नहीं बोलता है कि then you see it as, something that you will do when you have nothing else to do. ये नहीं है. It's the most important thing. This is the most important thing. People don't find time for this. It's a big mistake. Big mistake. ठीक है ना? Okay. So, the second point I am talking about is precious human life. An uncontrived desire to extract the essence of this life as free and fortunate human beings will give you the inner impetus to do spiritual practice. And if you wish to develop it, meditate on the various aspects of freedom and good fortune. So that means an uncontrived, superficial nahi, uncontrived, a genuine desire to extract, to get something out of this human essence of this human life. And this human life is very precious because you have freedom. As a free means you have freedom, and fortunate human being means you also have the facilities. Two most important things: you have freedom, you have facilities. You are born as a human being with two very important conditions. One, you have freedom. अब बोल रहा है ना ये टैक्स फ्रीडम है बोलता है ना. वो फ्रेंच लेडी पूछ रहे थे, समय नहीं मेरे पास. ये बोलता है यहाँ समय है आपके पास. फ्रीडम है. और fortunate means you also have facilities. Facilities means, as I've already mentioned, you have eyes intact, ears intact. अब ह्यूमन बींग्स के लिए कितना फैसिलिटी. आई आंख थोड़ा कमजोर होने से भी ग्लास लगा सकता है. अब जानवर कोई ग्लास लगा हुआ देखा आपने? चश्मा लगा के घूम रहा कोई काऊ देखा आपने? हाँ, इन द वेस्ट में भी, बट आई हैव नॉट सीन. हाँ, बर्ड्स, चिड़िया चश्मा लगा के घूम रहा है, फिर इधर उधर उड़ रहा है, ऐसा नहीं देखा. ये सारा फैसिलिटी ह्यूमन बींग्स की. आजकल तो सारा दांत भी नकली, आंख भी नकली, सब कुछ लगा सकता है हम लोग. इतना फैसिलिटी है. उसको बोलते हैं फैसिलिटी. फैसिलिटी का मतलब क्या होता है? I think the same teacher, I don't know, maybe same teacher, but who said, even if there is a thing whose name is called facility, but if that so-called facility is taking you away from your spiritual practice, then it is not a facility, but it is an invitation sent to you by evil force. तो evil force का भेजा हुआ बहुत कुछ है बाजार में आजकल. It's beautiful. It's a long time back. Mingla, 20 years later, even though it has a name called facility, but if it takes you, away from your practice, then this is invitation sent to you by evil force. So much of the thing that we are seeing is an invitation sent by the evil force. सब इसके पीछे दौड़ रहा है क्योंकि अंदर फिर हमको अंदर जगने का मौका नहीं दे रहा है. दौड़ दौड़ के आजकल टुडे एवरीवेयर पीपल रनिंग राइट. एक जमाना था हमारा 2 पाँव था और कुछ नहीं. आजकल क्या है, बाइक भी है, कार भी है, ट्रेन भी है, हवाई जहाज भी है. इतना दौड़ रहा है दुनिया, है ना. क्यों दौड़ रहा है? Everybody says I'm busy. Is it important to be busy? Huh? I don't think it's important to be busy. What is important is, what are you busy about? किस चीज में तुम व्यस्त हैं? व्यस्त होना कोई बड़ी चीज नहीं है. किस चीज में तुम व्यस्त हैं? बुद्ध भगवान के सामने अंगुलीमाला व्यस्त था. अंगुलीमाला, you know अंगुलीमाला? He was very busy. He killed how many? 99 people, right? He made a promise with his wrong teacher. That's why I'm talking about finding the right teacher. He made a wrong teacher. He made a wrong teacher who said if you do the sacrifices of 100 lives of human beings, you will get this kind of realization, तो उसने फिर मरना शुरू कर दिया. और गुरु ने उनको बताया हुआ था, every time you killed somebody, then chop off his finger and wear it around you, anguli mala. So when he already killed 99 people, and then on the last day, Buddha realized that this is the time to tame him. So on that morning, he could not find anybody. At last, he saw Buddha walking in front of him. Then, wielding his sword, he started running after him. Buddha was walking slowly, but somehow he was not able to catch up with him. Then he shouted, saying, "Are you not scared? It's me, the dreadful murderer Angulimala, chasing you. Are you not scared? Stop! Stop!" Then the Buddha stopped, looked back, smiled and said, "It is not me who is not stopping, it is you who is not stopping." So that's why I call today's people Angulimala. दौड़ रहा है पूरा दुनिया में, मिलता कुछ नहीं, दौड़ रहा है. सब शाम का मुंह लटका हुआ दौड़ रहा है, मिल नहीं रहा है. क्यों? Despite running so much today, we are not getting what we want because we are running towards the wrong direction. सोना इस पहाड़ में है, वहाँ खोदना चाहिए, वहाँ नहीं खोद रहा है, यहाँ खोद रहा है. हैप्पीनेस अंदर से आ रहा है, वहाँ नहीं देख रहा है, बाहर देख रहा है वहाँ से. This is very dangerous actually, because people now thinking happiness will come from outside, so they started excavating all the external resources, so much so that gradually there will be nothing left on this earth. All the precious resources will completely dwindle. Then फिर कैसे जियोगे आप? सारा resources, inner resources are there intact, and hardly anybody is interested in pulling out those resources. So Buddhist teaching means exploring the inner resources, taking out the inner resources. ठीक है ना? Our inner mind is our home. उसको देखभाल करना चाहिए. ठीक है ना? अभी कोई देखभाल नहीं कर रहा, सब बाहर जा रहा है, बाहर. अंदर क्या हो रहा है? Your inner home is dilapidating, गिर रहा है. मकरे का जाल फैल रहा है, getting dusty in the form of anger, jealousy, hatred and so forth. फिर कैसे happiness? How will you get happiness? ठीक है ना? So therefore Buddhism is talking about घर संभालने के लिए, taking care of your inner home. I remember one statement made by Buddha. He said, "I'm so happy because I have nothing." अबे हम लोग सोचेंगे पागल है यार, हम लोग तो जितना चाहिए और चाहिए और चाहिए और चाहिए. ठीक है ना? दौड़ दौड़ के कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला, especially if you run in the wrong direction. So therefore you must realize this precious human life. Precious human life, this is very precious. That means, precious means anything that is precious must be taken care of. You must take care of yourself well. Take care of your body, take care of your mind well. अभी ज़्यादा लंबा चौड़ा बोलने का ज़रूरत नहीं. For example, take care of your body, taking care of your body, your health, which means your health. Are you taking care of your health properly? Huh? I'm asking you. Are you able to take care of your health properly? वहाँ भी हम लोग इतना ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि क्या क्या खा रहा है हम लोग पता नहीं, खट्टा मीठा सब डल रहा है यहाँ. ठीक है ना? अभी look at your body. Outside looks okay, right? With the bones and then it's plastered nicely. And उसमें भी फिर थोड़ा लगा दिया हम लोगों ने, थोड़ा चमक दमक लगा दिया, फिर ठीक ठीक लग रहा है ना? हाँ, लेकिन इधर उधर से सेटिस्फेक्शन मत हो. अंदर देखो, अंदर में क्या है. आजकल देख सकता है सब. आपकी क्या बोलता है, फेफड़े, आपका लंग्स, किडनीज, ये कैसे काम कर रहा है देखो. हार्ट कैसे काम कर रहा है देखो. अब डर जाओगे कैसे काम रहा है. इतना फ्रेजाइल है, इतना नाजुक है. थोड़ा सा तुम गलती करने से भी हॉस्पिटल में चले जाओगे, अब मर भी सकता है. So that's what is taught in Buddhism. That's why it's talking about impermanence. Impermanence means fragility. अभी एयरपोर्ट में तुम जाओ, कुछ फ्रेजाइल सामान आप ले रहा है, फिर क्या बोलता है वो लोग, एक सेपरेट पैकेट में आपको बांधना पड़ता है, बोलता है फ्रेजाइल हैंडल केयरफुली लिखना पड़ता है, नहीं पड़ता है. फ्रेजाइल हैंडल केयरफुली लिखना पड़ता है, नहीं पड़ता है, पड़ता है ना. So इसी तरह आपको भी यहाँ एक प्ले कार्ड लगाओ, यहाँ fragile, handle me carefully. Really, it's like that. Handle me carefully or I will handle myself carefully. Fragile, I will handle myself carefully or handle me carefully. अंदर देखो कैसे हो रहा है. ऐसे सब कुछ नहीं डल सकता मुंह में. बेचने वाला क्या बेचेगा, सब कुछ बेचता है जगह बाजार में, क्या क्या डाल के, क्या क्या मिक्स करके बोलता है ये वो नाम दे करके, फिर उसमें घी भी सड़ा हुआ है और मसाले भी पुराना है, क्या क्या नहीं डलता. स्पेशली द मीट प्रोडक्ट्स, मेनी ऑफ देम आर पॉइजनस. हम लोग सब खा रहे हैं, फिर बोलता है आप बीमार हो गए, ये आपका करतूत है. Really? So sometimes I just feel like laughing talking about many invisible spiritual things, when we are not able to take care of what is visible. वो ख्याल रखो, वीडियो देखो अंदर कैसे काम कर रहा है, वो देखो. Then you will understand the Buddha's teaching impermanence. Nagarjuna, in his letter to the friend, he says, the fact that you go to bed and the fact that you are able to wake up tomorrow morning is magic. Don't take it for granted. मैं अभी तक जिया और जीऊंगा, किसने गारंटी दिया आपको? Really? So therefore, every time when you get up, you feel happy. Oh, thank God I'm alive today. आप कुछ अच्छी चीज करके happy, I will live happily. Don't take it for granted. Don't take it for granted. ठीक है ना? And when you understand that, all your spiritual practice will be there. क्योंकि this human life is not for destructive, useless practices. ठीक है ना? So, an uncontrived लिखा है ना, मतलब superficial नहीं, genuine. अब genuine, I will suggest you, Rahu, this is a project that I've been thinking for a long time. Maybe we can do together, or you can do it. You collect videos that shows how the internal organs function. उसको दिखाओ कभी. When Buddhist teachers talk about impermanence, even without Buddhist teachers, if you can organize something and show this, अभी impermanence का मतलब ये देखो, अंदर आपका देखो, लंग कैसे काम कर रहा है, फेफड़े कैसे काम कर रहा है, हार्ट, वही तो है. We are not talking about fantasies, we are talking about reality. And then you have this quotation by Nagarjuna saying that you go to bed and next morning being able to wake up is magic and mystery. अब देखो तुम, तब हिलेगा हम लोग, तब फिर थोड़ा सुधरेगा. नहीं तो कुछ भी पता नहीं यहाँ क्या हो रहा है. ठीक है ना? अंदर कुछ कोई नहीं संभलता है, बाहर संभल रहा है, ऐसे लगा रहा है, ऐसे अंदर नहीं संभल रहा. Because if you take care of this internal system, You don't have to use anything here. It will just shine out. This is another thing. You know, the Buddha in one of his sutras, he says, if your mind is happy and peaceful, if your mind is happy and peaceful, relaxed, the flow of energy will be smooth. Flow of the blood will be smooth, proper. When the flow of the blood is smooth and proper, it also, the circulation of blood goes to all parts of your body, including your face, and your face will become radiant, radiant. लिखा है सूत्र में नहीं पढ़ा है. Buddha himself wrote this. अभी हम लोग वो तो नहीं कर रहे हैं, फिर बाहर से ही प्लास्टर लगा रहा है, कुछ फायदा नहीं, अंदर से सार रहा है, फिर कहाँ होता है, ठीक है ना? So all these practical things we should start doing before we talk big. ठीक है कि नहीं? एक बार मैं वहाँ, I was invited to give a talk to the military headquarters in Dehradun, where the Tibetan armies are there. So many young Tibetans in smart, military dresses came, and hundreds of them are listening to me. Many of them were at that time doing rock climbing and also many things. Then I also heard that many of these young people, they take drugs. Because in the army, the salary is also quite okay, So they buy drugs. Then I told them, बाहर से तुम ऐसे खींचतान कर, अंदर से सारा हुआ ड्रग ला रहा है, फिर क्या होगा तुम? मैं बोला था उधर, ठीक है ना? So this is what he's saying. An uncontrived, genuine understanding, ऐसे झूठा नहीं, uncontrived desire to extract the essence of this free life as a free and fortunate human being. Abhi, Rahul and you, what was your name? Indrajit. Indrajit, Rahul, what you are doing here is extracting the essence of your life. I'm not praising you because I'm not expecting anything from you, so don't worry. Really? अभी तुम यहाँ इधर इतना अपना खर्चा पैसा लगा के भेजा रहा, कितना मेहनत करके क्या क्यों कर रहा है? Because you have concern for other people. That's Buddhist practice, real Buddhist practice. That's the meaning of making human life meaningful. You are doing, not only talking. I am talking. You see? So, because you have some understanding that ऐसा करने से बहुत लोगों को फायदा होगा. You develop some understanding. Based on that, you are doing this. An uncontrived desire to extract the essence of this life as a free and fortunate human being will give you the inner impetus. Once you have this understanding, then will give you the inner impetus. अंदर से हिलेगा फिर तुम. Give you inner impetus to do spiritual practice. तब अपना आप इसका मतलब you will understand that and you will continuously do your spiritual practice whether others do it or not. Just like taking food. क्या आपको कोई बोलना पड़ता है कि नाश्ता खाओ, लंच खाओ, बोलना पड़ता है? कितना सालों से अभी आप, if your age is now 50, 60, 40, whatever, उधर शुरू से अभी तक खाते रहा है, कोई बोलना पड़ता है आपको? क्यों? कोई नहीं बोलते फिर भी आप खा रहे, क्यों? Because this is something you are convinced it's important for you to live, so you are doing it. और खाने के बाद फिर अपने आप को ब्रेकफास्ट खिलाया, फिर उसके बाद अपने आप को थैंक यू बोलता है, नहीं बोलता? डू यू से थैंक यू टू योरसेल्फ? अपने आप को नाश्ता खिला के थैंक यू, लंच खिला के थैंक यू, do you say things like that? No, because there's nothing to thank. It's something that must be done. Whether others will thank you or not, it's not a question of thanking. It's something that must be done. So you're doing it. Similarly, if you have this proper understanding of the importance of spiritual practice is food for the mind. Just as you are giving this food for the body, similarly, spiritual practice is food for your mind. And once you understand the importance of nourishing your mind with this spiritual food, you will do it automatically, without expecting any thank you. I'm sure you are not doing this to expect thank you from other people. No, thank you, because you saw this is important. You are doing it, whether people thank you or not thank you. ठीक है ना? Okay. Tea break. Yeah. Okay. So, and it says if you wish to develop it, that means to develop this uncontrived desire to take the essence of human life, if you wish to develop it, meditate on the various aspects of freedom and good fortune. So as I mentioned earlier, freedom is leisure, which means having the freedom to do the practice. And good fortune means having facilities, basically. Okay? Like having facilities. Having freedom means, for example, if you are born as an animal, like a dog or a cow, you can't do any practice. Okay, na? And you are not born like that. And you are also born at a time when there is teaching of the Buddha still available. And there are people who are following it, and people who are supporting your practice. So therefore, basically, these lines are talking about recognizing the preciousness of your human life. Just like finding a lump of gold. If you find a lump of gold, and if you have no idea what is gold, then you might think this is another piece of stone and throw it, right? But once you realize that this is gold and it's costly, then you will immediately pick it up and put it in the safe case. You protect it. So similarly, if you understand the preciousness of your human life, you will then take more care of it. ठीक है ना? Otherwise we will think क्या है जिंदगी में क्या रखा है, वो बोलता है ना जिंदगी में क्या रखा है, अब जीने का कोई मकसद नहीं, ऐसे बोलते हैं ना people because they don't have the understanding. Because for them, if one of your family member dies or you face some problem, then immediately they think there's nothing in human life. But actually, human life is much more than material possessions and things like that. Like for example, have you any one of you read the story of Milarepa? You read? Any other? You read Milarepa? Very famous saint who renounced everything. Very moving story. Very moving story. He suffered a lot in the hand of his uncle who mistreated the mother and the two, one son and daughter. And then there's a long story. And then Milarepa practiced black magic, and with the power of black magic he killed many people. Then he later regretted it and did a very strong, serious practice and become a great practitioner who left everything and stayed in the mountain naked. You won't believe these things now. Such is the determination of people, And his only sister, she had to hunt for him because she is worried. But she will find him sitting naked, doing meditation, eating nettles, no food, nothing, surviving like that, you see. And he became a great, great practitioner, very famous. And I have myself seen the disciples of modern Milarepa, not Milarepa, but modern Milarepa we call it, Tihor Kyurpun Rinpoche, very famous practitioner and also scholar who left Tibet and came to Dalhousie. And he gave some teachings there, and he has 5-6 disciples. So when I was a student, I was able to go with my teacher to see them. And this is what I saw with my naked eyes. These 5-6 disciples, followers, they virtually have nothing. They piled up stones and then on there put some canvas to protect from rain, sun, and then inside the old ragged, thick clothes covering them. And apart from that, nothing means nothing. I have seen it with my eyes. 5, 6 of them. Now they all passed away. Last time I went there, I could not even recognize the place, unfortunately. So if you are determined, you can do those things. So at that time there was a foreigner who wanted to make some donation to these meditators. It was like long time back, 100 rupees each. Except one, all of them refused. क्या करेंगे मैं? I might die tomorrow. ये paper क्या करेगा हमको? ये कागज हमको क्या करे? 5 of them refused. Only one accepted. There was also one nun there also, follower of this great teacher, modern Malay Party, You see. So what I'm saying is not to become like that for us, because we'll not be able to do that. The people, because our determination is not there, and then but at least reduce the intensity of desire and have more contentment. You will be happy. You'll be very happy. So that is what I'm saying. Okay, so recognizing, first finding a good teacher, second recognizing preciousness of your human life. Because so many wonderful things you can do with this human life. If you are born as a cow or a dog, kya karega? What will you do? Nothing. People will kick you around and you will be just going around looking for your mouthful of food. Apart from that, kya kare? Kuch nahi kar sakta. Nothing. Human beings kya nahi kar sakta? Provided if we have this determination and wish to do something, we can do so many wonderful things. It's not just giving money. It's not like that. So many things that you can do. And that doing something for the benefit of others is actually good for you. Now scientifically, recently I read one article where scientifically it is found that they tested the giver and the receiver, who is happier. And they found the giver is happier than receiver. Imagine. Because the giver is actually losing money or whatever when he gives. But because there is genuine mental satisfaction, he is happier than the receiver. You see? So there are many things like that. Scientifically, it is proved that the state of your mind is very, very important. There was a time when scientists they used to say that emotions are emotions. There's nothing positive, nothing negative. All emotions are necessary. Right? They used to say things like that. Now slowly they are changing. In Buddhism we talk about positive emotions, negative emotions. Science, they used to say, emotions, they are all necessary. And they say this on the basis of what is known as fight and flight response. You know that? Fight and flight response. Because they say, the nature has given certain emotions so that if it's a danger, emotion will, flare up, and then you need to fight, you fight, you need to run, you run. That's natural response. So these emotions are all necessary. Right? Now they are changing. Now they are gradually, through rigorous study, they are saying, fight and flight response is an immediate response, which is, done by the animals. Now human beings, because we have this wonderful mental capacity, so if we take a little bit longer time and analyze, we'll find better ways of responding to problems. Now they are finding that. Oxytocin, oxytocin, the release of oxytocin. Done based on proper reflection, thinking, and sharing love and compassion, then the releasing of oxytocin for peace and happiness. They are finding that now. And that releasing of oxytocin is not based on fight and flight response. It is based on proper reflection, care, and things like that. So they are changing their perspective also. Right? Okay? So, then the third thing, meditation on impermanence. If you are unable to curtail your mental obsession with the things of this life, you will be unable to generate an intense aspiration for the good of your next life. Therefore, try to meditate on impermanence, that the body you have now is short-lived, and that you will wander in miserable states of existence after death. You will develop a genuine sense of fear that will encourage you to cultivate wholehearted faith in the qualities of the three refuges, the Buddha, the Dharma, doctrine, and Sangha, spiritual community. Okay, na? So the next line is saying, if you are unable to curtail your mental obsession with the things of this life, you will be unable to generate intense inspiration for the good of your next life. So that is talking like many lives plan. आजकल हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि 5-year plan हम लोग बोलते हैं ना, 5-year plan, 2-year plan. Buddhism is talking about many lives plan. That's what he's talking about. And we all agree that we want long-lasting happiness. Now when we say long-lasting happiness, in Buddhism we are talking about long-lasting happiness for many lives to come. Not only this life. Long-term plan. It's talking about this. So now here, a lot of things to think about. One, is it just this life, or there will be rebirth? This is another crucial factor. Accept it, that for this life also we want long-lasting happiness. That we have accepted, no problem. But then the next question is this life the only life, or there will be continuity of life? In Buddhism we talk about rebirth. So what do you think? There will be rebirth?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Based on what? Because the science, they say, when you die, of course your body will die and your brain will die. That's the end of the story. All the thinkings are done by the brain. There is no separate entity called mind apart from the brain. Okay? Brain being physical, when the body dies, brain dies, that's the end of the story. But in Buddhism we say that there is a separate energy called mind or consciousness, which we all talk about, which can continue even after the death of the body. For example, in the day when we are awake, life is like when we are awake. Right? You are awake right now listening to me. But can you say that this is only life? There's no life during the sleep. Can you say something like that? नहीं है ना? क्योंकि when you're sleeping also, when you sleep tonight, your body is more or less dead. I'm not saying dead, but more or less. आपको किसी कोई भी आपके सामने जा रहा है, कुछ पता नहीं है, हाँ? क्या सूंघ रहा है, क्या कर रहा है, कुछ भी पता नहीं, खड़ा है, मर रहा है, मजे से. And here very peaceful for character, very peaceful. कुछ पता नहीं है ना, ठीक है ना? लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि you are completely dead. And in fact, the more you dissolve the grosser level of your mind, the more the subtle level of mind becomes active. Physically you are snoring and sleeping here in Vajradhatu, but mentally you are shopping in Pune market. होता है कि नहीं होता? You get dreams like that, even shopping in Canada or America, you know those places. The mind becomes very active, right? Have you had such experience?
Yes.
Sleeping peacefully, mind kahan घूम रहा है. Something is happening. So that shows, for me, that shows the possibilities of the subtle mind getting separated from the body. And when you die, there's complete separation from its dependence on the grosser level of the body. And then mind takes on. And there is a vivid description of how we move into the intermediate state being and then take the next life and so forth. Vivid description in Buddhism. I'm just giving you an example. Now in order to understand that, you need to take many examples. Some of the examples that is given in the Buddhist text is, for example, if I teach you a prayer, which you don't know, and then you repeat after me a few times, and then you learn it, then you know the prayer by heart. Now when you are able to know this prayer by heart, does that mean to say that I will not be able to remember my prayer? It has been transmitted. It can continue. Similarly, you light one lamp, butter lamp, by another butter lamp, and that lamp is able to light that butter lamp, and something goes there, right? It can continue like that. The continuity can go like that. And similarly, putting a seal. When you put a seal, develop impression, right? Something goes there, right? So like that. Not only that, there may be many groups, but I know one organization in New York who has been doing research on people who remember their past lives. They've recorded the lives, stories of, many people, thousands of people who remember, who claim that they remember their past life. They themselves, they are scientists, they don't believe in past lives, but they have been interviewing and recording these stories of these people. And they have written several books. And I've invited one of them to attend one of the science conferences that we organize in the library. So according to their finding, there are many people who are able to remember their past life, not only in Asia, because initially they thought it may be a belief system. So it may be found in India and Sri Lanka, etc., not in the West. So in Sri Lanka, India, etc., in Asia, they found many people. But then they moved to America and Europe, did similar interviews. There also they found many people remembering their past lives. For example, there is one girl who remembered her past life. That in her past life she was shot by somebody, the bullet from here, and the bullet came from here and she died. She remembered that. And in this life, not only she remembered that, but she has a bulge here and bulge here. Can you imagine? Clear indication of what she remembered. Physically, you can have physical marks also. So now they say that some of the birthmarks, the so-called birthmarks that you have, people who have, like the hair doesn't grow here or things like that, many of these can be traced. So according to their finding, you remember your past life around the time when you're quite young, like around 4 or 5 years old, 3, 4, 5 years old. At that time you are able to remember because you are able to communicate a little bit. Right? Second, people who are able to remember their past lives are mostly those who did not die through a natural death, but who died through accidents. And all this has a very clear resemblance with Buddhist teachings. So they have recorded. Now the important thing is, as the scientists say, if it is only brain, then that is the end of story when you die. So how the fact that several thousands of people are able to remember, you see, so it can be explained only through the continuity of a mind, a non-physical entity called mind. People are able to remember it. So therefore it is important to, so that's why when we do Buddhist practice, one very important thing that you need to remember is when you do Buddhist practice, you need to involve your mind, as I said, removing the destructive emotions, getting your mind habituated with positive emotions. Why? Because when you die, it is the mind which goes to the next life, not your grosser senses. Forget about your body. Okay, it's good you do some prostration, things like chanting, and so long as your mind is also involved in it, it's good, but otherwise it may have very limited benefit. But ordinarily we are very fond of only show business, so we do the chanting and research, prostration. Mental practice कौन करेगा? कोई पता ही नहीं चलेगा हम practice कर रहे हैं. मुझे तो दिखावा के लिए चाहिए ना, ये भी दिखावा के लिए चाहिए ना ये। अब ये नहीं पहना तो कौन मुझे प्रणाम करेगा, गुरुजी कौन बोलेगा? समथिंग लाइक दैट, रियली। सब दिखावा के लिए हम लोग करते हैं ना। एंड इफ यू मेडिटेट इन योर ओन रूम, who will know, you know? ठीक है ना? तो हम लोग करना चाहिए कि involve the mind. So therefore the same teacher, Tsongkhapa, he says, you are controlled by your mind. Okay, listen carefully. You are controlled by your mind. है कि नहीं है? You are controlled by your mind. Remember this, you are controlled by your mind, which is okay, but no problem. The problem is when we say you are controlled by your mind, which mind? It is predominantly a negative mind. I'm not saying completely, but to be on the safe side, I'm not saying completely, but it will be predominantly a stupid mind, a negative mind which is controlling you. अब देखो आपका हालत क्या होगा then. Find it for yourself. If you're controlled predominantly by negative mind, it's just like a country ruled by a dictator. Happiness कहाँ होगा फिर? कहाँ होगा फिर? If you are controlled predominantly by negative, short-sighted, stupid, angry, jealous, competitive mind, how can you have happiness? नहीं होगा ना. So therefore you need to recognize I am controlled by mind. The mind which is controlling me is predominantly negative. Therefore I am suffering. Therefore I am suffering. Therefore now I meditate. Now look at this, the connection. I am controlled predominantly by negative mind. Therefore I am suffering. Therefore I should meditate. Now from that fact it becomes clear. Therefore I meditate means now I make my mind habituated with positive emotions. Because of predominant control of my mind by negative emotions, I am suffering. Therefore, I now want to, actually you are saying now I want to change my leadership, change my boss through proper election. Election चल रहा है, हमेशा चल रहा है हमारे मन में. Positive emotion, negative emotion, two group है. Luckily, I don't know how many factions are there, you know. In India, there are so many political parties. कोलेशन भी नहीं बोल रहा है अभी. हम दो साइड है, पॉजिटिव इमोशन, नेगेटिव इमोशन. स्ट्रगल चल रहा है बहुत सदियों से. एंड द नेगेटिव इमोशन पार्टी हैज बीन विनिंग लैंडस्लाइड मेजोरिटी. हमेशा जीत रहा है, वो कंट्रोल कर रहा है, पूरा हेडक्वार्टर में आ गया सारा. अच्छा, उनका पहले प्रधानमंत्री और प्रेसिडेंट कौन है? टू है. एक है सेल्फ ग्रास्पिंग, दूसरा है self cherishing attitude. Remember this. Remember these few things. आपका mind already controlled by negative emotions. Negative emotions का boss कौन है? Self grasping, self cherishing. Now don't misunderstand this. Listen carefully with your ears spread out. ठीक है ना? हाथी का जैसे. अच्छा, self-cherishing doesn't, here self-cherishing means thinking only about oneself and not at all about others. It's not saying don't take care of yourself. I already said take care of yourself. So here self-cherishing attitude means negative self-cherishing attitude, which is thinking just about yourself and not about others at all. साले को मारने दो, साले को जाने दो, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए. ठीक है ना? So self-cherishing, thinking just about oneself. That's very destructive. And then another one, self-grasping means, we call it ignorance, which means self-grasping, which means seeing things as having inherent independent existence. पता चला ना? जब तक आप पता नहीं चला मैं आगे नहीं जाऊंगा. ठीक है? पता होना चाहिए, क्योंकि बोल के कोई फायदा नहीं. We are controlled predominantly by negative emotions. Negative emotions बहुत सारा है, जैसे मैंने बोला था. उसमें two predominant है, self-cherishing and self-grasping. Self-grasping means seeing things as having independent, inherent existence. So that mind, that self-grasping which sees things as having inherent independent existence, is a misconception of the reality. ठीक है ना? Because in reality, everything is interconnected, interrelated, interdependent. ठीक है ना? ऐसा एक भी चीज नहीं है that has independent existence, inherent existence, permanent existence, मतलब generally speaking. थोड़ा सोचो, मुझे बताओ. There's nothing that has inherent independent existence. Why we need to say this again and again? Because even though in reality there's nothing that has inherent independent existence, but our mistaken minds tend to see things as having inherent independent existence. कैसे? For example, if you fancy something, let us say a Mercedes car. For a long time you are dying to buy a Mercedes car. You see how your mind plays the trick. Even before you have bought the car, when your mind is simply, developing this desire to have that Mercedes car, and then because of this greed and this desire, when you visit that shop where the Mercedes car is kept, because of your mind is already looking good. अभी पैसा दे के खरीदा नहीं है. It's already looking, wow, look at the color, it's so sleek, so nice. फिर क्या करेगा वो? Then you have to work like a donkey. क्योंकि उसको आपने greed हो गया, उसको आपने बहुत अच्छा देखा, उसको आपने पाना है. किसी तरह से हमने पाना. हम लोग बोलते हैं ना, इसको तो हम किसी तरह से पाना है. फिर पागल की तरह दौड़ेंगे आप, ठीक है ना? दौड़ के बटोर के बचा के पैसा. Then you buy it. The moment that you bought it and you own it, it even looks better. उसको हम बोलते हैं honeymoon period. ठीक है कि नहीं? गलत बोल रहा है. You keep it there. I'll tell you a story which is found in that small book, Who Will Cry When I Die by Robin Sharma. उसमें लिखा है. I take that example, it's a very good example. So there a story is told of a father who bought that very nice car, and because he developed so much grasping to that car, on the honeymoon period, he covers it, makes sure it doesn't collect dust, nobody touches it, nobody scratches it. So that father has one small daughter, his little daughter, out of her innocence, goes and just the naughty kids do, dribble something, write something. And the father, because of his excessive obsession with the car, comes and pushes the daughter like this, strongly. Unfortunately, the daughter dies. Nothing he can do, he already killed his daughter. The only thing he can do is what has she written on the car? She has written on the car, Papa, I love you. Isn't this story very touching? Very touching. Immediately I took that example to explain Buddhism. Very touching. Because from this example we can learn how much damage we can do when you grasp at things having independent, inherent existence. And the fact that thing has no inherent, independent existence will be found after a few days. Shuru mein, especially during the honeymoon period, you thought, wow, so good, whether it's marriage or whatever, honeymoon jata hai na hum log honeymoon. कुछ दिन के बाद फिर I thought this car is very good, but इतना सारा fuel ले रहा है, takes so much fuel. अभी एक नया मॉडल आया, इसी भी अच्छा, मैं थोड़ा जल्दी ले लिया इसे, मुझे नहीं लेना चाहिए था. कुछ दिन में इंतजार किया होता तो अच्छा वाला मिल जाता. But then you start seeing all the fault, you see. clearly showing that nothing has inherent independent existence. Marriage भी ऐसे होता है, शुरू में honeymoon, फिर उसके बाद लड़ना झगड़ना, फिर divorce. बाकी तो छोड़, even when you go to a restaurant, order food, you know, until you see what others have ordered, you start thinking, I've really ordered a nice one. When you see somebody else's plate, then मैंने तो उसको order करना था. है ना, है कि नहीं? So there's this thing. So that shows that things have only relative conventional existence, nothing inherent in the independent existence, meaning that there is no point developing too much grasping obsession with any object. Because at the end of the day, if you analyze that object carefully, कुछ भी नहीं है, rainbow. दूर से देखने में अच्छा है rainbow. जाओ उसके पास जाओ, उसको पकड़ने के लिए जाओ. Can you catch it, rainbow? Can you catch it? From a distance, it's okay. Because it's so beautiful, if you want to catch it, you will never be able to catch it. Exactly like that. Exactly like that. So therefore, don't develop too much obsession based on the reality. In this text, 37 Bodhisattva practice, there's a beautiful line which says that it is by going after the mistaken appearances, it's running after the mistaken appearances, that we get completely exhausted and tired. What a beautiful expression. It is running after mistaken appearances that we get completely tired. That's exactly what is happening in today's world. People are just running hither and thither like completely crazy, running after appearances. And appearances are deceptive. There's a huge gap between appearance and reality. And we normally go after appearance, whether it's marriage, appearance, shakal surat kaise hain, dhan daulat kaise hain, all these appearances. ठीक है ना? Then after that, you see the reality, you get tired. इस बुद्धू से मैंने क्यों शादी किया? हाँ? Whether it's marriage or shopping. Number one, we already have these mistaken appearances. And because we have this tendency to run after appearances, the business people, they know that these stupid people they'll come after appearances. So we should just do the facelift, as they call it, facelift. उसको शेल्फ में अरेंज करो ठीक से. उसको ठगने के लिए ये बुद्धू लोग आ रहा है सारा शॉपिंग के लिए. सही में, I'm using layman's language, you know. They're actually saying, almost saying like that. बुद्धू लोग आ रहा है, उसको थोड़ा इधर सुंदर से सजा दजा के लाओ, सारा रसा वो खो के सारा पैसा फेंक के चले जाएगा. Now when you go into the big shopping mall, you see, big shopping mall, they've arranged everything in such a way that इधर लिखा होता है, एक तो होता है कि, for example, a fruit juice. Inside the juice itself may be like 1 year old or at least 6 months old. Believe me, most of them are old. They'll not smell because they put chemicals inside. Bahar mein package is so nice, colorful. Because you are coming after appearances. और उसके साथ ये भी लिखा होता है कि buy one, one free. आपको इतना हमदर्द है इनको. Buy one, one free. और उसके सामने वो बास्केट का पायल भी लगा होता है. पहले एक बुद्धू आएगा, एक बास्केट लेगा बिना सोचे समझे. तो अब भी उसका यो भी ले जा रहा है, मैं भी कुछ लेना चाहिए. अब बास्केट खाली लेके तो बार बार नहीं घूम सकता, तुम थोड़ा शर्म आएगा. तो किसी ने बेचा सोचे समझे कुछ डाल रहा है, तू भी डालना कुछ, हम भी डाल रहे हैं. बाय वन, खास करके बाय वन वन फ्री, दो डाल. Really? And that's called suffering from shopping coma. Coma हो जाता है वहाँ. Believe me, next time you go by, remember me, okay? फिर पैसा भी आपके पास कितना आपको पता नहीं, अभी प्लास्टिक कार्ड तो दे दिया आपको, बेवकूफ़ बना दिया है ना ऑलरेडी। पैसा एक्चुअल पैसा होता तो थोड़ा फर्क पड़ता आपको, लेकिन प्लास्टिक में कितना खींच रहा है आपको पता नहीं। चलो ले लिया, सारा कुछ डाल के दे दिया, प्लास्टिक पर कार्ड भी दे दिया, थैंक यू बोल के सारा छीन लिया, फिर भी सब कुछ छीन लिया, फिर भी बोलता है थैंक यू। फिर घर आ गया, पैकिंग करके घर में अनलोड किया, अनपैक किया, तब होश हवास में फिर आ जाता है, सर मैंने ये क्यों खरीदा। मैं झूठ बोल रहा है कि आपने ऐसा नहीं किया, आपने ऐसा नहीं किया कि नहीं किया, ये तो मेरे घर में पहले से पड़ा है, क्यों लिया मैंने। इसको बोलते हैं शॉपिंग कोमा। ये शॉपिंग कोमा नया चीज़ नहीं है, पुराना हमारे किताब में है, पुराना किताब में। दिस वर्ड शॉपिंग कोमा I quite recently learned by reading a magazine. But then to my great interest, I found this word found in very ancient mind training Buddhist text. उधर में भी लिखा होता है, उसको बोलता है market intoxication. People lose their kids, things like that, कुछ नाच गान हो रहा है, दिखा रहा है, बच्चा खो गया, पता नहीं। We get very easily intoxicated. Very easily intoxicated. So business people, they know our weakness. And especially, it struck me greatly when I read Abhidharma text. There is a mention that if you run too much after sensual objects, you will get into big problem. Now sensual objects, when we say sensual objects, are the 5 senses or 6 senses. Okay? Sound, form, smell and things like that. So the text says, even if you get obsessed with one sensual object, you will get into a big problem. Then it gives example, for example, the elephant is very, very obsessed with touch. So when you gently massage the elephant, he will really enjoy it and lie down. Then he is chained and enslaved. And then he says, for example, wild animals like deer, very obsessed with the sound. And then people lay a trap and then play some nice songs, music, and then they come with their rest ears and they get entrapped and killed. And then fish, very obsessed with taste, and then fishermen, they put a little bait of meat or something, and then they're hooked and thrown outside of the water and they're killed. Then butterfly, very obsessed with the form. If you burn a butter lamp, they'll immediately come, butterfly and others come, and then they die there. Getting obsessed with one object. And then the house flies, this flies, moving around, very obsessed with taste. Jahan gandagi hai, wahan machi padta hai. The many hundreds die there, having their feet stuck in that dirt. हम लोग देख रहे हैं. It is explained in Abhidharma. So after I read this, then I visited a mall. Wow, यहाँ mall में तो सारा है. 5 मंजिल है mall. 6 भी हो सकता है, लेकिन ज़्यादातर 5-6 मंजिल. उसमें 1 floor sand छिड़कने के लिए. Exactly Abhidharma. Western countries में ज़्यादातर ground floor में होता है छिड़कने के लिए. Made from this flower, that flower, and then people just spend a lot of money for छिड़कने के लिए. Next, you move to the next floor, form, television. उसमें सब कुछ form देख सकता है, इसलिए television. Go to the next floor, restaurants, taste के लिए. Japanese, Chinese, American, Tibetan, whatever restaurants. Go to the next floor, touch, cloth. Cloth में तो बहुत प्रकार का, ladies corner, children's corner, all those things are there. Then go to the next floor, CDs, DVDs, music, songs. So much so these days people, even when they are moving, they are है कि नहीं? So people are running today because of their excessive obsession to the 5 sensual objects. और मिलता क्या है? कुछ नहीं मिलता. The more you go after sensual objects, the more you become empty inside. अंदर खली का खली दौड़ रहा है. So in the Buddhist teaching, what it is saying, as we already explained, is now you need to change your mind from the negative to the positive. That's the meaning of meditation. So in order to do that, you need to distance yourself from all these distractions. Now please don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that don't enjoy life. You can enjoy, but don't get obsessed there. Don't see them as the end of everything, as the source of your long-lasting happiness and peace. Oh, nahi hai. ठीक है ना? That's all I am saying. I'm not saying that you don't enjoy life, you become sad, bring a long face. I'm not saying that. Enjoy, and in fact, you will be able to enjoy more. If you're really happy inside, you will be able to enjoy more. I'll give you an example of small kids. They actually enjoy much more than us. Small kids, you look at them, whatever is in front of them, they enjoy like anything. They're already into it, they'll look at it, they'll feel it inside out, They really like, then they laugh and cry, whatever, in the moment, live in the very moment present. Their mind is very fresh for everything, And I am amazed when I see a small kid. Yesterday also I saw one at the airport. When this little kid looked at me, because he may be seeing somebody in this robe for the first time. Studying, looking from top to the bottom, then from bottom up to top, very completely into it. Then after a while, when I smiled, then he smiled back, you see. Completely into the moment. Small kids. There's this innocence, purity, being able to live in the moment. The more we grow, especially with this superficial knowledge, the more we become calculating, thinking, ऐसा laugh, smile करने से वो क्या सोचेगा, we can't really live in the moment, we can't enjoy. That's the problem, right? So therefore, as I said, I was primarily talking about fighting with the two sworn enemies, self-cherishing, self-grasping. Self-grasping is ignorance, which is seeing things as having inherent independent existence. Okay? Which is not there. So if you are able to realize that, you will not get stuck anywhere. You will be completely free. And the very purpose of Buddhist practice is to be completely free. And if you see something like, for example, somebody you like, wow, so handsome, so beautiful, I must be with this person, you get stuck. And similarly, you don't like somebody, an enemy, horrible, get develop, strong anger. And then day and night you'll think about how to remove this enemy which is existing inherently, independently from itself. ऐसा कोई है ही नहीं, लेकिन आप ऐसा सोचते रहेंगे. That's the problem, right? So the so-called friends, enemies, everything that you enjoy is just like illusion. It's like rainbow. Again, the question is, if everything is like an illusion, like rainbow, can we enjoy life? Can we enjoy life? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Just as this morning I said, if everything is in a flux, everything is uncertain, everything is changing, can we be happy? I said yes. So similarly, I would say, if everything is like an illusion, like a dream, can you enjoy? Yes. Can you love other people? Yes, much more than before. Again, last year when I was giving a public talk in Russia, I was again saying something like this. Then there was a young man sitting there. He said, Geshe, if everything is like an illusion, how can I love my girlfriend? Really? You see, this is a pertinent question, because normally we think my girlfriend is somebody who should always be there, not changing, always loving me, permanent, beautiful from its own side. वो तो है ही नहीं, ऐसा कोई है ही नहीं. Then I said, yes. If your girlfriend doesn't exist from its own side, it's like an illusion, it's a dream, you can love much more than before. Why? Because if your girlfriend is existing from its own side, there's no hurry. कभी भी love कर सकता तुम. Existing from its own side means never changing, never getting old. So why the hurry? Because the girlfriend or boyfriend or the relatives, whoever, they are like a dream, they are like illusion. They can change, they can go anytime. Now is the moment. Now is the. That's why you are talking about living in the moment. Living in the moment. And then let me tell you one thing. This will really move you, I hope. Is people think, why in Buddhism they are talking so much about suffering, impermanence? And some people even say Buddhism is a pessimistic religion. No, my dear. Buddhism is a realistic religion. Jhoot nahi bolta wo. Realistic religion. It talks about happiness, it talks about suffering. That's the fact of life. Fact of life. And then what is the point of talking about impermanence, death? मेरा बेद दुखी कर दिया मैंने बुद्धिज्म सुन करके ये डेथ बोल रहा है, इम्परमानेंस बोल रहा है, सफरिंग बोल रहा है. But people don't realize suffering is introduction to happiness. Suffering is introduction to happiness. Suffering, impermanent, understanding of impermanence, introduction to love. For example, I tell you one thing. I hope you will remember this for the rest of your life. When I read this in one of the old Buddhist mind training texts, it really moved me. And it gives this beautiful example of like three criminals who are caught, because they are three criminals, they are caught and they will be killed tonight at 10 p.m. तीनों फांसी का सजा. इंडिया में लास्ट ईयर कितना फांसी का सजा हुआ? कितना? 135. Something like that. I don't know how many killed, but they gave capital punishment to 135 people last year, 2018, something like that. Anyway, so let us imagine these three people who are criminals, who are caught and to be killed tonight. So at 10 p.m. So अब ये तीन जो गुनहगार हैं, criminals हैं, 10 बजे तक शाम का रहेंगे. They have only this much time. So within these few hours left, how should they behave towards each other? Oh, बताओ मुझे. Engage in corruption? Huh? Does it look good if they engage in corruption? Or exploitation? Or cheating? Or bullying? Trying to kill each other? If these three criminals are doing something like that in front of our eyes, some of you might shed tears. क्या हो गया? क्या इनका दिल पत्थर का बना हुआ है? You will start thinking like, है ना, है कि नहीं है? इस घड़ी में ये क्या करना चाहिए इनको? They should console each other. They should remember Buddha, God, whatever, something positive, console each other. है कि नहीं? Does it make sense? Perfect sense, right? Exactly like that. These criminals have few hours to live. How much time we have? This is just example for us. Now bring that example to us. अभी हमारे इस छोटे से ग्रुप में what is our average age? Even if I give you big discount, definitely 30, let us say 30, after giving big discount. So again I'll give you another big discount by saying that we will all live 100. So even after giving that big discount 2 times, now you have only 70 years to live. है कि नहीं? उस 70 years में आपको क्या करना चाहिए? Exploitation? Corruption? सीधी सी बात है. People do all this kind of stupid things, harming each other because they don't realize this. When you understand the reality, apna aap you will come into the line of doing good things. अपना आप मैं बता दूंगा. दूसरा example I will. Let us say here in front of me again, Buddha or Buddhi, men or women, let us say 99 years old, men or women. age-wise very old, and let us say physically also very sick, with wounds all over the body, passes oozing out, ऐसा कोई है बूढ़ा बुढ़िया हमारे सामने, then what will be your attitude? Will any one of us think about marrying that person? Attachment, मतलब attachment होगा आपके? Will you develop attachment to that person, thinking that I will marry this person? हाँ? हाँ? एक दो हो सकता है, कई लोगों का होता है दुनिया में, स्क्रू ढीला वाला, वो भी नहीं बोल रहा है, जिसको माइंड साउंड है, उसको मैरिज के लिए नहीं, मतलब अटैचमेंट डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, है ना? नहीं हुआ ना अटैचमेंट, फिर हेटेड, विल यू डेवलप हेटेड? कैसे है? बेचारा लाचार है, इतना बीमार है, इतना बुजुर्ग है, even if you are unable to extend your helping hand, you will not think about harming that person. Anger and hatred will not come to that person. Attachment, anger, sab गायब हो गया ना, because you are able to see the reality clearly. Now with the rest of us, so-called healthy beings, especially young, we don't develop that, because that side of impermanence is not so obvious. So therefore we need to practice meditation. Think carefully. Then when you think carefully, okay, all these people, after 70 years, they are all going to die. At least through meditation you can understand that. है कि नहीं? और बीच में 70 years तक कहाँ रहेगा नहीं रहेगा क्या पता है? Because death is certain. कोई नहीं कर सकता. Unfortunately, time of death is uncertain. When you think about all this, then you naturally develop some kind of close feeling, compassion. Then also like this meeting, I have no idea why you came to my talk. ये लोग सब कहाँ से टपक पड़ा मुझे पता नहीं. और मैं भी यहाँ क्यों आ गया पता नहीं. It may be my karma, it may be like facilitating factors, whatever, we came together. Now how long we are going to live together? 2 days. उसके बाद अब कहीं जाऊंगे, मैं कहीं जाऊंगे, फिर मिलेंगे नहीं मिलेंगे क्या पता. फिर हमको क्या करना चाहिए? अभी 2 दिन कम से कम हम लोग मजे से रहो. ठीक है ना? Is that clear? Like that in life, you see, when you meet people, बात दोबारा मिलेंगे नहीं मिलेंगे, बेचारा इसको मदद करो थोड़ा, at least smile, be nice. Huge difference in your life if you adopt that kind of attitude and understanding. ठीक है ना? So therefore this kind of understanding of the reality will really bring about big change, especially the impermanence which we are talking about right now. Impermanence is the thing that you should talk about. Buddha, yes, we talk about. Nirvana, yes, we talk about. But these are like almost like comfort zones. बहुत दूर का बात है. The day when I become enlightened, the day I achieve nirvana, it's a बहुत दूर का बात है, honestly speaking. I'm not saying they are not there, but with our weak effort, with their great, quality, it's not easy. तो वो सोचने से अच्छा है, लेकिन इतना फर्क आपको नहीं पड़ने वाला है. That will not bring much transformation in your life. But if you think about impermanence, especially death, properly, then there will be quantum leap. There will be quantum leap. Proper सोचने से, तो इसलिए बोला था ना, uncontrived बोला था ना शुरू में. Genuine, ऐसे दिखावा, superficial meditation नहीं. अपने ऊपर उतर के सोचने से, if you really think deep and properly, it will just shake your whole being. अब क्या करना चाहिए? अभी हम लोग यहाँ मजे से बैठा हुआ है, तुरंत अगर यहाँ आग लग गया, फिर क्या करेंगे हम लोग? हाँ, क्या करेंगे? हम लोग अभी मजे से बैठा है, सुन रहा है, यहाँ आग लग गया, क्या करेंगे? हाँ, हमको छोड़ के जाएंगे तुम्हें ना? मैं भी आपको छोड़ के जाएंगे. ऐसा थोड़ी बोलेगा कि चाहे बुद्धिस्ट टीचिंग इज सो इम्पोर्टेंट, लेट अस सीट सीट, यू नो, कोई परवाह नहीं, कोई नहीं बोलेगा, क्योंकि यू आर एबल टू सी द इमिनेंट डेंजर. So similarly, if you think about impermanence, especially death, which means it can be tomorrow, तो क्या करना चाहिए अभी? अभी वक्त है. इस वक्त को हम, I will be happy, I will be nice, I will take the responsibility, do the positive things, good things, so that when the death happens, I have nothing to worry. That preparation will be there. So thinking about impermanence, death, is so important. Therefore, the first teaching that the Buddha gave was on impermanence. When Buddha got enlightened, when he was requested to give the teaching, he refused. He declined. He did not say, आजकल की गुरु लोगों की तरह नहीं है, एडवर्टाइज कर रहा है, मैं आऊँगा, परिवचन दूंगा, you know, 1 week enlightenment course, you know. उस वक्त ऐसा कोर्स नहीं था कुछ बटन enlightenment वो नहीं था उस वक्त. So when Buddha was enlightened, when he was requested to give the teaching, he said, I found something that is profound, peaceful, free from fabrication, clear light, unconditioned. To whomever I teach it, nobody will understand it. Don't disturb me. Let me continue my meditation. Then the devas and human beings, they all went together, requested for this teaching. He said, you are right. Not many people understand it, but there are some people who are intelligent, so they may be able to understand a little bit. Please give the teaching. So they requested again and again. And then finally when he gave the teaching, you know the teaching that he gave, first teaching? Huh? What is his first teaching? The first teaching that the Buddha gave was what? Four Noble Truths. Out of the Four Noble Truths, what was the first teaching? Truth of the suffering. Right? When he taught the truth of the suffering, he explained it with 4 features. And what was the first feature of the truth of suffering? Impermanence, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So the first teaching that he gave us on impermanence. बोल रहा था जाने के लिए तैयार करो, बैठने के लिए नहीं. And one of the last teaching that he gave us also impermanence. So if you really, really think about this, then all your obsession to many things will go away. And you will devote your time more for helping others, more for doing constructive things, developing spiritual qualities and things like that. जब तक वो नहीं है, अब हिलेगा नहीं. 1 week retreat, 2 week retreat, it's good. It's another way of pastime. कुछ ना कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ना हम लोगों को. It's good. But it will not change you much. I'm telling you based on my experience. Change होता ही नहीं, हमसे change नहीं हो रहा है कुछ भी. इतना साल हो गया, बुढ़ा हो गया, change नहीं हो रहा है, क्या करो? Not easy. Really not easy. So therefore it is really, really important to think about impermanence. Then सबका obsession, grasping, सब खत्म हो जाएगा. Then you will be free. When you have obsession, you get stuck. Obsession नहीं करना. I will tell you one story of one Tibetan teacher, very famous teacher. He was, he gave some teaching and then people made some offering. He was moving somewhere with those offerings with his disciples, and then group of, robbers came and taken away everything. And then later on, because he had many followers, they knew that the group of robbers took everything, so they chased the robbers, they caught all the robbers, imprisoned. And next thing Guruji said, where are the robbers? They are in the prison. Let me go and see them. So when he sent there, then he greeted the robbers and said, you are very kind to me. You took all my obsessions. So please free them. Free them. Because there is no grasping. Having no grasping doesn't mean that you don't own anything. Owning is not the problem, grasping is the problem. The Bodhisattvas, they said that we need so many things to help so many sentient beings. Makan bhi chahiye, paisa bhi chahiye, बांटने के लिए. स्टोर में, तिजोरी में बंद करने के लिए नहीं. Grasping is the problem. Similarly, there's another story of a teacher who was again robbed. And when the robbers took away all his belongings, he said, okay, now you got everything, you want anything more? He said, no, nothing, no, nothing. Then he said, okay, now you don't go this way, because if you go this way, many of my followers are there, they might catch you. So go this way. देखो, मुसलमान में भी ये शब्द है ना कि ये सारा अल्लाह का बंदा है. You see? People think like this, you see. इनको चाहिए दे दो, हमको नहीं चाहिए. That's the thing. So impermanence, we are talking about impermanence, right? If you are unable to curtail, उसमें थोड़ा सा आपको नहीं कर सकेगा. If you are unable to curtail your mental obsession, if you are somebody here who is a very good translator in Hindi, you can translate this. In Hindi it will be so beautiful. If anybody who is really good in Hindi wants to work with me to translate some of this, it will be so nice. Hindi में ज़्यादा नहीं है ना, हिंदी जगह में अभी translate करने वाला. If you are unable to curtail your mental obsession with the things of this life, you need things in this life, but how much you want? कितना चाहिए आपको? बताओ हमको. एक महीने में तनख्वाह कितना चाहिए आपको? 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 1 lakh, 1 crore. How much is enough? कोई लिमिट नहीं उसमें. Unless your mind has some sense of contentment, there is no limit. ठीक है ना? So if you are unable to curtail your mental obsessions with the things of this life, when we came into this world, what did we bring? क्या लेके आया हम लोगों ने? When we came into this world, क्या लेके आया? कुछ नहीं. शरीर लेके आया, शरीर तो लेके आया ना, at least. But when we die, there will be tight security check. बोलता है शरीर में भी आपने कुछ छिपा के जा रहा होगा, शरीर भी छोड़ दो, नहीं बोलता है. When we die, you leave your body also behind. कोई शरीर लेके नहीं जा रहा. तो बीच में इतना हंगामा क्यों? हाँ, कुछ लेके नहीं आया, कुछ लेके नहीं जा सकता है, तो बीच में इतना हल्ला क्यों मचा रहा है? तो ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए. Really, it's really obsession. अभी देखो, I'll just give you one example. How many legs we have? 2 है ना? तो घर में जाके देखो शूज कितना पड़ा है आपके घर में. Really? Again, I'm not trying to be cynical. I mean, you can have few more shoes, no problem with me. But all I'm saying is, then in addition to your greed, the advertisement is also fueling your greed by saying, आपको कम से कम 5-10 शूज होना चाहिए. एक तो रॉक क्लाइंबिंग में, एक तो बाथरूम के लिए, नहीं तो आप स्लिप करके मर जाओगे. हाँ. So we listen to all this. There may be an element of truth. Again, I don't want to be cynical. But how much is how much? As I said already, how much you really need? कितना shoes? हमने क्या बटोर के रखा है. फिर ऐसे बहुत सारा चीज़ पड़ा हुआ जो हमने सदियों से इस्तेमाल ही नहीं किया. फिर भी हम उसको दूसरों को नहीं दे सकते. बोलते कि हमको एक दिन हमको जरूर चाहिए. एक दिन वो कभी नहीं आने वाला. तो लाइक चूहे की तरह है ना, क्या सब कुछ लेकर के घर में रख देते. So many of this can be stopped, and your life will be simpler and happier. Simpler and happier. अभी मेरा एग्जाम्पल देखो, मेरे घर में क्या क्या बटा कर रखा है. ज़्यादातर मेरे पास किताब है. अब मैं सोच रहा हूँ ना, अभी कहीं जाना पड़ा तो कैसे लेके जाऊँगा, तो कितना ट्रक चाहिए हमको. तो now I'm practicing to like start giving or whatever, distributing whatever on my own small way. और थोड़ा कुछ करना चाहिए, शुरुआत करना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं कि बिना सोचे समझे एक दिन में कुछ हो गया, फिर सब कुछ दे दिया, फिर आपके पास कुछ फैसिलिटी. ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए. वो हुआ था मिलारेपा के समय में. When Milarepa, who lived like a beggar, has nothing, and then there was a stupid guy who was highly moved And he said, हम भी मिलेरिया की तरह करना चाहिए. एक रात में सारा फेंक दिया सामान, दूसरों को दे दिया, फेंक दिया. But his mind was not prepared. So after a few days he started suffering. Then he said, this fellow Milarepa, not only he is a beggar, he turned me a beggar. मिलरेपा ने खुद भिखारी का जिंदगी नहीं जिया, मुझे भी भिखारी बना दिया. बोलता है ऐसे होता है. फिर ऐसा मैं नहीं बोल रहा है, लेकिन जो कुछ आपको जरूरी, बिल्कुल जरूरी नहीं है, at least start from there, give it to others, share it to others. There are many people who are in dire need of so many things which you are not using. Start practicing those things. Gradually, it's not easy. You have to start somewhere, small things. Then gradually you will be able to practice. There's a story of a great Tibetan teacher who later on became a great teacher. But he was also like us in the beginning. He was also very tight-fisted. तो फिर उसको पता लगा कि I am very miser, very tight-fisted. फिर क्या करना, कहाँ से शुरू करना चाहिए? अच्छा, यहाँ से राइट हैंड लेकर के लेफ्ट को दो, इतना तो कर सकता नहीं. Practicing giving, take something right hand, give it to the left and take it, give it to. He's actually giving to himself, you know. So slowly he was able to give it to others. Mentally practice doing those things. करना चाहिए, नहीं तो कभी अब मरने का वक्त आ गया फिर भी हम सोच रहा है कि ये सारा मुझे चाहिए, क्या फायदा? ठीक है ना? So therefore, one Tibetan teacher, he said, I'm not going to talk much about the benefit of giving, but I'll talk about the disadvantage of holding. आपको भी कुछ फायदा नहीं इतना होल्ड करके क्या कर. आजकल ज़्यादातर बिग सिटीज में मकान भी, कमरा भी इतना बड़ा कहाँ मिलता है, तो उसमें सारा चूहे की तरह बटोर के रखा है. और जिस दिन तुमको कुछ अच्छा कपड़ा पहनना वो मिल नहीं रहा है, कहाँ रखा है. ठीक है ना? फिर जब मिला तो फिर शूज़ भी ऐसे हो जाता है ना, कुछ साल ऐसे रखो तो अपना आप गिर जाता है वो सारा. The soul still does fall off, you see. ठीक है ना? कुछ फायदा नहीं. If you are unable to curtail your mental obsession with the things of this life, you will be unable to generate an intense aspiration for the good of your next life. ठीक है ना? Therefore, try to meditate on impermanence. So here, His Holiness the Dalai Lama's advice is very, very suitable. He says 50-50. You will not be able to practice 100% for next life. So 50-50. 50% for this life, 50% for next life, which is a very good compromise. Okay? Therefore, try to meditate on impermanence, that the body you have now is short-lived. उसको मैंने राहुल जी को बोला था कि वो मूवी कलेक्ट करके दिखाओ, तब पता चलेगा. ठीक है ना? Therefore, try to meditate on impermanence, that the body you have. सिर्फ आंख बंद करके ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता, उसको दिखाओ अंदर क्या है. हो सके तो शमशान घाट में जाके देखो. If you visit Thailand, some of the monasteries, they have in the monastery campus, they have dead bodies of 1 day old, 2 day old, 3 day old, 1 week old. You know, the getting decayed, and then just skeleton and things like that. The body you have now is short-lived, and that you will wander in miserable states of existence after death. If you keep on thinking about this life and engage in all the wrongdoings, you will suffer from the consequences. If you do something bad, do you think you will suffer from the consequences? Many people don't believe in this. बोलते हैं साला करो, कौन पता चलेगा. बोलते हैं ना अधिकार, मारो खाओ साला, सरकार गए तोड़ो, क्या था. बोलते हैं ना. Really unfortunate. But the mind is such that everything that you do leaves an imprint on your mind. That imprint means habit is formed in your mind, and that habit will continue again and again. So if you have a positive habit, you will have happiness. If you form a negative habit, you will suffer. That's again law of nature. Okay? Just like recording recording a song and recording somebody fighting. You record two things, one somebody fighting and somebody crying and shouting, and then a beautiful song. Recording karne ke baad, you look at the cassette, the ribbon on the cassette. Can you see the song? Can you see the shouting? You are not being able to see, it doesn't mean it's not there. When it meets the right condition, like put it in the tape recorder and push the play button, you will hear whatever you have recorded. So similarly, whatever your mind has recorded, it does not get lost. Another more convincing example is, for example, in the day if you violently fight with somebody, that forms an habit, that lives in imprint. And it's very likely that you will fight in that very night again. Suffer again, not only in the day, but also you are living alone, sleeping, but still you are fighting. And the same problem you will have. You will get nightmare. ऐसा होता है कि नहीं होता है? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Therefore try to meditate on impermanence, that the body you have now is short-lived. Birth is suffering. Aging is suffering. Sickness is suffering. Death is suffering. That's what the Buddha taught. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, that we know, death is suffering, that we know. But with the birth and aging, in the Buddhist text it says that the only good thing with aging is it comes slowly and unnoticingly, gradually and unnoticingly. If there is an onslaught of aging, say overnight, you will be die of shock. Like आज रात को सोआ, सवेरे जगह तो पूरा यहाँ wrinkles हैं, दांत निकल गया है, तो you will die of heart attack. But the good thing, the bad thing with this gradual approach of the aging is you tend to ignore it. I call it similar like environmental degradation. With environmental degradation, people start thinking, मेरे यहाँ से एक पेड़ गिरने से क्या होगा? उधर भी वही सोच रहा है, सारा दुनिया environment destruction हो रहा है. And once you realize that how much damage is done, it takes like such a long time to restore anything. So aging is like that. So aging starts not after you are 60 or 50, it starts from the second moment of your birth. Ab dekho. And then with the birth, to hum log suffering koi nahi janta hai. Only Buddha said birth is suffering. Everybody, happy birthday. हम लोग तो बोलते हैं happy birthday. It was only Buddha who said birth is suffering. Because it is birth which produces death. Birth ही नहीं तो death नहीं होता. And another convincing example to prove Buddha's point is the first thing that we do after birth is laughing or crying. हाँ तो इतना खुश होता तो फिर happy birthday होगा तो फिर उसको laughing करना चाहिए ना. हाँ बाहर निकलते हाँ बोलना चाहिए ना. वो नहीं बोल रहा है ना, cry कर रहा है. तो इस मतलब है Buddha was right. Do you know anybody who, the first thing that the child did was laughing? Anybody? So, but there's also suffering, So if you have that understanding of impermanence and the short, life, you will develop a genuine sense of fear that will encourage you to cultivate wholehearted faith in the qualities of the. फिर आपको डर पैदा होगा. मुझे मरने वाला है, कब मरने का वक्त पता नहीं है मुझे. फिर आप क्या करना चाहिए मुझे? To whom I should take protection? Depends upon which religion. Some will say God, Allah, whatever you say. But in Buddhism we say the three refugees. Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. Buddha doctrine means Dharma, spiritual community means Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Now here, I am sure many of you know this, but those who don't know why we say this Buddha, Dharma and Sangha are objects of refuge. It has to make sense. The example that's given in the text is, for example, when you are physically sick, very sick, and when you are unable to take care of yourself, you need three: good doctor, physician, good medicine, then good nurse or relative who will look after you. Three things चाहिए आपको. In the absence of one of them, because you are terribly sick, you can't take care of yourself. Doctor अच्छा होने से भी दवाई नहीं है, फिर कुछ नहीं कर सकते. क्योंकि the one that will really cure your physical illness is the दवाई. Now even if the doctor is good, he has given you very good medicine, but you are bedridden and so sick, you can't take care of yourself, you can't even know the timing of your medicine and nobody gives you food, you can't take care of yourself. So you need a relative or somebody, compounder, nurse, somebody who will take care of you. Three चाहिए ना? So similarly like that, we are mentally sick because of the negative emotions. Anger makes us sick. The world is sick of anger, jealousy, hatred. है कि नहीं? Sick मतलब क्या होता है? What do you mean by sickness? Just like physical sickness, this mental problems make us a little bit like if I borrow this English word, disease. This is a combination of two words, dis-ease. दोनों साथ में मिला दिया. The moment you go, the ease is out, then you have disease. So anger will make you, will destroy your ease, disease. Therefore, it is sickness. Similarly, jealousy and other negative emotions. So, just like the way you heal your body, to heal your mind, you also need the Buddha. Buddha means not a person from Tibet or from India, not just that, but somebody who is really enlightened. He who knows well how the emotions function, who can guide you. So we need such a teacher who is really like a qualified doctor. We need such a teacher. And then his teaching is like the medicine. Buddha is very important, but his teaching is even more important. Because the one, just as like in the case of physical illness, it is the medicine that directly cures your illness. Similarly, it's the teaching. As I said this morning, that when the Buddha was passing away, he did not appoint anybody. As his representative, he said, when I'm gone, this is my teaching. This is my representative, which means my teaching. Okay, now if you have the Buddha and his wonderful teaching, but if there's nobody supporting your practice, that's why I said this morning you're lucky, because there are people who are supporting you. You see? Now if you're alone, say in a communist country, you can't practice. You can't practice. So you need Sangha. Sangati ka parva bolta hai na, Sangha. Community, people like-minded who encourage each other. Okay? 3. Clear, okay? Refuge. Take refuge, Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. Now then the question, what do you mean by taking refuge? Is it something unique to Buddhism? No, it is not unique to Buddhism. It is something that is there with human nature. When is our lunch time?
In 5 minutes.
Huh?
In 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, we'll take refuge in lunch. Okay. So this is the idea. When you have some problem, then when you are unable to solve it yourself, you take refuge in something else. Long ago, men lived in the cave. So they take refuge in the cave. When it is raining, you take refuge in the house or umbrella. That's in our nature. So similarly, right now we are talking about taking refuge in Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, which means you have a problem. So what is your problem? आपको दिक्कत क्या है? वो जानना चाहिए आपको. आपके पास घर है, रिश्तेदार हैं, हाँ, सब कुछ है. आपको अभी क्या प्रॉब्लम? यहाँ क्यों आ गया वज्रधातु में? क्या कर रहे हैं यहाँ? हाँ, फैसिलिटी भी आपके कमरे में अच्छा है, यहाँ इतना नहीं होगा, फिर क्यों आया यहाँ? क्या तकलीफ है आपको? This is what he's saying. This is very pertinent question. Because as I said, the reason we take refuge in something else is because we have a problem. So what is your problem? When you say, I take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, what is your problem? Problem नहीं है? है क्या है बताओ? हाँ? हाँ?
Suffering.
Mental suffering. Mental suffering, not physical. Primarily mental suffering. Suffering from the negative emotions. So in order to deal with these negative emotions, the only systematic process is the teaching of the Buddha. If I'm not biased, we should of course respect all religions, but I don't think there's such a systematic process of dealing with negative emotions. जड़ से कैसे हैंगना चाहिए? जड़ से. How should we uproot the negative emotions from the very root? Like as I this morning I said, self-grasping. जार है, सेल्फ चेरिशिंग एटीट्यूड, इनको कैसे खत्म करना है? वो नहीं है. अभी हम लोग सेकुलर एथिक्स का बारे में बोल रहा है, उसमें भी जड़ से फेंकने का कोई समाधान नहीं है उसमें. Because secular ethics is just for this life. Okay, so in Buddhism we have a method of uprooting from where all these destructive emotions are coming from. Who is responsible? Who is the boss? उसको ही खत्म करो. That's what we are talking about. So there's a very, very systematic approach. You will be really, really like amazed to see how systematic the Buddha's teaching is in dealing with all these negative emotions. Now many of the psychotherapists in America, they are all practicing, taking things from Buddhism. For example, Daniel Goleman's Destructive Emotion, all these books. He and Richard Davidson, when they were young, graduate students in Harvard, I think. From there they went to India, things like that, then met some Buddhist teachers, and then since then they were so fascinated by the depth of Buddha's teaching. They are like very, very famous, well-known people, and I know them personally, you see. They have no shortage of money and things like that, but they now publicly claim that they are Buddhist. Because they are able to see clearly the solution in the Buddhist teachings, the systematic solution in the Buddhist teachings. ठीक है ना? So that's why the reason to take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha is we have problems. Problems, primarily mental problems. Mental problems, so many types of mental problems are there today in the world. And how can we solve them? We can solve them by creating a community where there is harmony, where there is love, where there is affection, right? And if you live in a community where there is a strong self-cherishing attitude and ignorance, then naturally you will suffer from all kinds of problems. Like in the West, so-called developed countries like America and many other countries, people are suffering from all kinds of diseases. Depression. I think it's less in India, depression, imagine. Although not relatively like rich country, with such huge population, but I think comparatively less depression. More in the so-called developed countries, depression, low self-esteem. Low self-esteem. Loneliness, देखो. Living in a city with like several millions of people suffering from loneliness. These are all because of hollow inside, emptiness inside. So all these problems can be solved if we are able to create a society where there is sense of responsibility, care, less greed, more contentment, you see. It is much better for everybody. So the solution, not only talking about nirvana enlightenment, but solution, many of the problems that we are facing right now is found by dealing with these negative emotions. Okay? Take refuge in food. Thank you.
The sunlight comes from behind.
Yes, I know. I know. that okay? Which one? It's okay, yeah? Yeah. It's okay. So, you will develop a genuine sense of fear that will encourage you to cultivate wholehearted faith in the qualities of the three refuges, the Buddha, doctrine and spiritual community. ठीक है ना? जब तक आपके मन में थोड़ा fear नहीं है, then किसी से आप झुकने वाला नहीं है. That's what he's saying. When you develop some sense of fear, then you turn around. किसके पास जाना चाहिए? Okay? So fear of suffering is a result of one's own wrongdoing in this life and in the previous lives also, which we are not so sure. Okay? So then you will be able to take wholehearted refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. Wholehearted refuge. And for this, if you are Buddhist, then you need to do this process of taking refuge at least few times in a day. Right, in the morning you take refuge. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. Decide this, or in English or in Tibetan. Decide this and then take refuge. And having taken refuge, then observe the common vows of taking refuge and train in their precepts. The most important thing is not just saying, I take refuge in you. The purpose of taking refuge is so that you are able to undertake certain practices. You will change your habit. That's what he's saying. Okay. Then observe the common vows. Common vows means having taken refuge to the Buddha, you should not take refuge to devils. Huh? People who take you to the wrong path should not take refuge in them. Okay? And having taken refuge to the Dharma, we should develop compassion towards all sentient beings. Because the most important feature of Buddhism is compassion, karuna. And the Buddha himself said that if you have one practice in the palm of your hand, you have all the practices in the palm of your hand. And what is that practice? Compassion. And what is compassion? Compassion is a mind which says how nice if all sentient beings are without suffering. If you are somebody who genuinely aspires not to harm other sentient beings, then how can you engage in corruption? How can you engage in exploitation? How can you engage in rape, cheating, stealing, robbery? So many of these bad things, if you have that compassion. And it's because we don't have compassion, don't have love, then we don't care about other people. मुझे मिल गया तो ठीक है, सब कुछ बस छीन लो, डाकिया कर लो, कर रहे हैं. Right? So all these things. And then, having taken refuge to the spiritual community, don't associate with bad people. Spiritual community means Sangha. Sangha means good people. Associate with good people. If you recline yourself against gold dust will stick to your body. If you recline against dust, ordinary dust, you will get dust. Because we are ordinary people, we can be easily changed and led into wrong direction if you meet with bad people. And these days especially, people with money, they can easily trap you. By giving some money, they'll easily take you wrong path. Even into terrorism and all those activities, bad things there. Putting bomb and all those things. People take money and then do all these things. So it's important not to associate. But if you associate with the wrong people, even if you have not done anything wrong, simply because you are with the wrong people, they'll think, okay, he's also. Maybe iske saath chala dekho. Turant aapka naam ganda ho jayega. ठीक है ना? So that's the thing. So these are the common vows. Then observe the common vows of taking refuge and train in their precepts. Okay? So these are the precepts to practice. Okay? But by whatever means you can cultivate faith and trust in the law of causality. And then the next topic is karma, law of causality. Okay? The basis of all virtuous practices. So believing in the law of infallibility of law of causality or karma, with the understanding that no cheating can be done with the law of karma. As you sow, so shall you reap. No cheating. So with that kind of trust, then naturally you will engage in all the positive activities. You will refrain from doing all the wrong things. And if that kind of trust in the law of causality is not there, police kya hai? Police to we can cheat any time. उधर सारा भाग जाओ यहाँ से, है ना? पुलिस कितना पुलिस हम लोग रखा हुआ है in the country, as people still manage to do everything. The more the police have surveillance and all these things, the more people will learn the way of breaking all those things. I have that experience. We put surveillance camera, thieves will not come with the face like this. They also come with the head covered. और फिर पहले से तोड़ देता सर्वेलेंस कैमरा, सब कुछ कर देता, नहीं होता, ठीक है ना? So by whatever means you can cultivate faith and trust in the law of causality. This we can understand by taking the external examples. Like if you plant a mango seed, there will be mango tree. Orange थोड़ी आ जाएगा वहाँ से. This is law of nature. ठीक है ना? हाँ, ठीक है ना? Why this is so? This is the way it is. It's law of nature. You can't cheat. ठीक है ना? So जैसा बोओगे वैसा पाओगे या उगोगे? पाओगे. ठीक है, पाओगे. ठीक है ना? The basis of all virtuous practices. Basis है वो. Trust in the causality, law of causality. Having made your faith firm, make efforts to... Now how can you make your faith firm? You can make your faith firm by properly understanding the reason behind it. वैसे आंख मूंद करके मैं इसमें विश्वास से बोलने से नहीं, ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. Blind faith नहीं बोल रहा है. Faith based on reason. Faith based on knowledge. There are two kinds of faith. One is called faith of the people whose mind is not very sharp, whose mind is blunt. So normally they will develop blind faith. And blind faith is very dangerous. ज़्यादातर दंगा फसाद जो हो रहा है, all the problems happening in many countries, especially in Asia, is because of religious fanaticism. पता कुछ भी नहीं, लेकिन अंधविश्वास करके गॉड के नाम पर छलांग मारते थे आदमी 3 मंजिल से. बिल्कुल फिर क्या है? Such is the extent of stupidity of human mind. You see. भगवान के नाम लो, सब उसके पीछे मरने के लिए तैयार है. पता कुछ भी नहीं है. गॉड किसने देखा है? कहाँ है? बुद्ध भगवान किसने देखा है? ठीक है ना? देखा तो नहीं, हमने सबने तो किसी को नहीं हुआ है. अब रीजन लॉजिक करके भी हम लोग इतना पढ़ाई भी नहीं करते हैं, तो ऐसे अंधविश्वास करके छलांग मारते थे हम लोग. And we fight. It's really like horrifying. And you are sitting here, I don't hesitate killing you, somebody that I can see you in front of me, in the name of somebody, so-called God or somebody, which you have no idea. It's called pagalpan to hai nahi. This is really stupidity. So this shows that how much damage we can do to the ignorance, as I already mentioned. Grasping, self-grasping, ignorance. So having made your faith firm, that means faith based on reason and logic and understanding. Having made your faith firm, if your faith is based on reason and logic, ठीक है ना? If your faith is based on reason and logic, then it is called unshakable faith. उतर चढ़ाव की जिंदगी में, whatever ups and downs you face in your life, whatever problems you face, that faith will be there. Okay? Faith. Faith is very important. It's different from just devotion. Faith makes your mind clear. Faith removes the turbidity of human mind. And faith is really the gateway to nirvana. And if you don't have that faith based on logic and reason, you cannot develop any virtuous practice. Just like if you plant a burnt seed and expect something grow, nothing will grow. कुछ नहीं होता, ठीक है ना? ठीक है ना? Faith. And faith are different types. One is called aspiring faith. One is called aspiring faith, when you aspire something. And that aspiring faith is really like somebody who is very, very thirsty looking for water. Very, very thirsty looking for water, then he aspires for that water constantly. कहाँ से मिलेगा पानी, कहाँ ढूंढना चाहिए? That's called aspiring faith. So aspiring faith should be like a person who is really very, very thirsty looking for water. And then another faith is called clear faith, which means your mind is very clear about that object. And then the example given in the text is just like a lustful person looking for women. Lustful person looking for women. His mind is constantly very clear about women, only thinking about that. Clear faith. Then both the trusting faith or believing faith, just like trust of a child, little child to the mother. You will be surprised to see the trust the child has to the mother. The child thinks, my mother can solve all the problems in the whole world. The mother is like an omniscient Buddha for the child. And really the mother may not have much capacity, but because of this very pure relationship between the mother and the child, the mother is able to do miracles. है कि नहीं? उसका छोटा सा हाथ लेकर के माँ का यहाँ उंगली पकड़ लिया, बस फिर छोड़ेगा नहीं. The connection is made in that way. So the faith we are talking about in Mahayana is really the one that should be based on logic and reason. अंधविश्वास नहीं. अंधविश्वास नहीं. ठीक है ना? तो अंधविश्वास को रिमूव करने के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? Or to remove that, many of these ignorances, you have to be realistic. You have to be realistic. You need to forgo about your clinging to yourself. मैं. ज़्यादातर हम लोग गलती क्यों करते हैं? Because हमेशा बोलते हैं मैं. Relate to me. मैंने ऐसा सोचा, मैंने ऐसा किया, इसलिए ये ठीक होना चाहिए. Self-cherishing attitude. And that makes you develop narrow-mindedness. Narrow-mindedness is very, very bad for the health also. Having made your faith firm, make effort to embark on the practice of the 10 wholesome deeds and to refrain from the 10 unwholesome deeds. The practice of the 10 wholesome deeds. What are the 10 wholesome deeds? These are basic, you should know. 10 wholesome deeds are? No.
Supporting life.
अच्छा. अब पता चल गया मुझे. अभी मुझे डंडा लेना पड़ेगा. 10 virtuous practices. This you should know as to start with.
3 of body, 4 of
Exactly. 3 of body, 4 of speech, 3 of mind. So 3 of the body is refraining from killing, number 1. Second,
Sexual misconduct.
stealing. Refraining from killing, from stealing, from sexual misconduct. These are 3 wholesome physical deeds. The opposite is killing, stealing, engaging in sexual misconduct. And then 4 verbal, which is lying, slandering, or gossiping, harsh word, lying, of course. Lying, 4. And then the 3 mental are refraining from
covetousness,
harmful intention, wrong view. This is basic. There's so many good things we can do, so many bad things we can avoid, but these 10 virtuous practices we must try to do as much as possible and refrain from the 10 non-virtuous practices. So first is killing. There's no need to explain this, killing is bad. Those means you have the motivation to kill somebody, then you correctly identify that person, then you knife that person or shoot that person, killing that person, and then finally say, yes, I've done it. मैंने कर दिया, उसको खत्म कर दिया साले को. So that becomes a heinous crime, because the preparation, the actual and conclusion all are properly done. I mean, in a negative sense. Okay, if you have a wrong motivation, then later on you regret, it becomes lighter. Many of these non-virtuous deeds or virtuous deeds, if the motive preparation is good, actual practice is good, conclusion is good, if it is a positive practice, it becomes a strong practice. Negative practice, strong negative practice. So in the case of doing the wholesome practices, positive practices, we should not make any preparation. We should not engage in it. We should not rejoice if someone else is doing it. So in simple languages, they say that in terms of doing virtuous practices, it should be like carving on the stone. पत्थर में खोदता है ना कुछ हम लोग, वो होना चाहिए. पत्थर टूटने से भी क्या बोलता है इसको, लकीर बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं, लकीर, हाँ, वो बैठेगा. जो कार्विंग आपने किया है, पत्थर टूटने से भी वहाँ बैठेगा. इसी तरह होना चाहिए virtuous deeds. In the case of negative deeds, it should be like drawing on water. As soon as you draw, it vanishes. Meaning that even if we are ordinary people, we make mistakes. Even if we make a mistake, we should say sorry, or we should regret and forget immediately. See that as a negative thing. Just like drawing water on water. Or at least drawing on the earth. थोड़ा कुछ रहेगा फिर खत्म हो जाएगा. In the case of positive practice, if possible, carving stone. If not possible, at least writing on the ground. Not like writing on water. In the negative deeds, it should be, if possible, writing on water. If not possible, at least on the ground. Not like carving on stone. So that, okay, then stealing. Now second is stealing. What is stealing? Stealing means taking things which is not given to you. So it's not like the ordinary thief's way of doing things, going quietly and then nobody watching, you take something. Not just that. Just taking something which is not given to you. Like for example, if you take a pen from Vajradhatu Centre which is not given to you, अब राहुल ने यहाँ रख दिया, इसमें भी 3-4 कलर है, बहुत अच्छा है, तो धीरे धीरे अपना झोले में डाल के ले जाऊंगा.
आपने ही दिया.
हाँ, हाँ,
आपने ही दिया उधर मुनगुर में.
अच्छा, मुझे याद है. फिर he is not given me, he has just kept it so that I can do some writing. But I took advantage of that. It could become stealing. So stealing means not taking things which is not given to you. So robbery is also stealing. Burglary, of course, stealing. Robbery is also stealing, because when you take things from others which is not given to you, stealing. Even if it doesn't belong to one individual, but it's a government property, things like that, there also you have to be careful. Stealing. Then, sexual misconduct. Sexual misconduct basically means adultery. Okay? And then, telling lie. Lying is, even if you verbally don't say anything, but if you physically hint it, तो दिया. वो आदमी यहाँ से चला गया लेकिन तो बोलेंगे इधर गया. That's also lying. So saying things which is not true to what has actually happened. Then slandering. or divisive talk, as we say, slandering. That is when you act like a go between two people, and then यहाँ का बात उधर, उधर का बात यहाँ, उसने आपको अब क्या, you be careful, you know, with this lady you are talking, be careful, you know, I know this lady, she is very dubious, very clever, very cunning, you know. ऐसा बोल के ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए कभी भी. Even if you are unable to unite people, it's not your job to divide people. ठीक है ना? ठीक है ना? Dividing, very dangerous, especially dividing among religious practitioners. Dividing among people who are really living harmoniously is very sinful. Don't divide. So in our spiritual practice, normally when you see somebody doing good things, you should also join and say, wow, wonderful, good. Even if that person you know has many bad sides, but still, you know, you talk about the good things. Normally what happens is, if I talk about, if I praise somebody, then immediately the other person says, yeah, Guruji, yeah, but, meaning that I know the other side of the story also. So you immediately start, highlighting his faults, not the good qualities. So that is not good. He may have many bad qualities, so you also have many bad qualities. But right now we are praising his good qualities. So that part you say, yes, very good, very good, very good. That's very important. That's very important. Because much of the bad things that we happen in the society is because we don't praise each other. Don't talk about the good things. We keep on talking about bad things. About oneself, we always want other people to admire you. Huh? You feel very happy if somebody praises you. Geshe Lhakdor, you are good, then I feel happy. Khana bhi nahi chahiye mujhe praise, theek hai. ठीक है ना? But other people, you are very fond of not praising them, but bringing them down. It's a very funny attitude. So that should not be there. ठीक है ना? ठीक है ना? And then despite our making a lot of effort, we slip and we commit mistakes. So in that case, you should rectify those mistakes by resorting to the practice of the 4 antidotal powers. Okay, 4 antidotal powers. What are those 4 antidotal powers?
Regret,
refuge,
support, refuge, all those things, okay? And if you are not clear, you can discuss again. When you have been successful in thus consolidating the features of the practice of initial scope. Now, so when we talk about Lamrim, you should be clear about 2 things. Lamrim 1, Lamrim means stages of the path. Stage by stage. Now it's mean 3 parts. Topics related to people with small, mind or small scope. Initial scope, he says. So people with small intelligence. Second, mediocre intelligence. Third, great intelligence. अभी हम लोगों ने अभी तक हम लोग क्या पढ़ा? The topics related to people with small intelligence. So they are not talking about like achieving nirvana, liberation. अभी तक बात नहीं किया ना, और bodhicitta भी नहीं किया, enlightenment भी हमने नहीं बोला. हमने क्या बोला? कि there is enough suffering, right? So impermanence is there. My precious life is here. We started talking about those things, right? Okay. So we developed some fear and we started thinking about law of causality and things like that. Okay, so in this way, when you have been successful, she says, successful means there is a lot to practice just with the topics related to the initial stage. But in the case of the Lamrim stages of the path, these 3 stages are not treated as unrelated things. It could be thought as unrelated things. Okay, this is topic for people with the initial scope, middle scope, and great scope. Put into 3 different sections. There is one way of doing things. But here in the Lamrim practice, the same person undergoes these 3 stages of practice. Okay, one by one, as you develop and progress, and all the initial stages of the practice, helping the subsequent stages of the practice. So they are all related. So that's why we say stages of the path common to the small individual. Stages of the path common to the mediocre intelligence. Stages of the path common, the stages of the path to the person of great intelligence. So when you have been successful, अभी successful कब होगा पता नहीं मुझे, समय लगेगा इसमें. Truly recognizing the preciousness of human life, truly recognizing impermanence. It will take time. Okay, the stronger your understanding of these topics, the quicker will be your understanding of the later stages of the path. ठीक है ना? So when you have been successful in thus consolidating the features of the practice of the initial scope, that means teachings for the people with small intelligence, then contemplate the specific and general force of the cycle of existence. Cycle of existence, मतलब samsara. Samsara क्या है? Where is cycle of existence? कहाँ है? Where is samsara? Huh?
In the mind.
In the mind. In the mind? Or this world is samsara? Or what? Because we keep on talking about getting out of samsara. तो ये मतलब ये नहीं कि वहाँ पुण्य से निकल के यहाँ वज्रधतु आ गया, you're out of samsara. ऐसा नहीं है ना? नहीं है ना? फिर कहाँ है samsara? अपनी samsara साथ में लेके आया यहाँ वज्रधतु में. वज्रधतु में बहुत samsara और भी लेके आए. So what is samsara then? In English we have translated this as cycle of existence, right? Cycle of existence. This existence itself is samsara. This psychophysical existence, this psychophysical existence itself is samsara, right? इसको थोड़ा आगे खींच के फिर ये वेट काम नहीं होगा.
बहुत बीच में आते हैं फिर.
Really?
हाथ के बीच में आएगा.
नहीं. ठीक है ना? So this psychophysical aggregate itself, this psychophysical aggregate or existence which is projected by karma and negative emotions is called samsara. Because we die and then born, die and born, उसी में चक्र करके बैठे हम लोग. Not the external world, not the external world, not your family. हम लोग बोलते हैं ना family मेरा संसार है. Okay, the real samsara is this conditioned psychophysical existence. Contemplate the specific and general faults of the cycle of existence. So what are the specific and general faults of the cycle of existence? What are the faults? क्या है? Fault क्या है?
It's always suffering.
Huh? Only suffering. Only suffering तो नहीं है.
Lack of freedom.
हाँ?
No freedom.
Freedom तो है, ये सारा organize करके बैठा है. हाँ? So what are the Okay, tell me some of the faults. You have to die again and again, and then take rebirth again and again. Then suffering of aging, sickness, death, having no contentment. And those people we want to meet, we are not able to meet. Those people we don't want to meet, they are standing in the corner waiting for you. है ना? है कि नहीं? तो इस तरह का बहुत सारा problems है. These are all problems of being in the samsara. ठीक है? Try to turn your mind away from the cycle of existence as much as you can. Try to turn your mind away. It's not like looking away like this. Turn your mind. You can turn your mind away from cycle existence only by understanding the limitations and faults and defects of samsara. And then turn your mind towards liberation, nirvana. Aryadeva in his 400 verses, he clearly says, those whose mind is not fed up with this samsara will never develop respect to nirvana. And he gives example by saying, if you are happy with your present home in Pune, why should you think about moving to Bombay or Bangalore or to America? Mera ghar bahut acha hai, parivar bahut acha hai, I am so happy. You will continue to stay. And the moment you realize the problems and difficulties, the members of the family are fighting all the time, and so many other problems there, then you, यहाँ तो नरक बन गया, अभी मुझे जाना है कहीं, बॉम्बे शिफ्ट करना है, धर्मशाला शिफ्ट करना है, जो भी बोलेंगे, ठीक है ना? People start then thinking about moving because you have seen the problem, you have seen the difficulty, ठीक है ना? Then you will develop respect to nirvana, है ना? That's what he's saying. Turn your mind away from the cycle of existence as much as you can by seeing its limitations. Then identify the nature of the disturbing emotions and actions about which we have already discussed in the morning, and then in order to come out from the samsara, what is it that produced samsara? It's the negative emotions, it's the karma, negative emotions and karma. Contaminated, not just karma, but contaminated actions, contaminated karmas, which are the causes giving rise to the cycle of birth and death, and cycle of birth and death, that is samsara, and cultivate a genuine aspiration to eliminate them. So that as we discussed this morning, here the most important thing that you need to do is see the destructiveness of these negative emotions. We discussed this morning about the destructiveness of anger and so forth. You know, destructive emotions. हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? क्लेश, हाँ? क्लेशा, क्लेश है कि क्लेशा है? क्लेश है ना, क्लेश. इसका मतलब क्या होता है? What is the meaning? हिंदी में. In Tibetan we call it nyomong, which means something that really makes you, something that really afflicts you. So that's why we translated it also as afflictive emotions or disturbing emotions, destructive emotions. क्लेश का पता नहीं मुझे क्या मतलब, ठीक है ना?
It is the same Sanskrit. Sanskrit it is used klesha only in Hindi. Sanskrit and Hindi same word.
Yeah, but what is the meaning?
Same affliction. Emotions. Klesha is
Affliction. Acha. Paka. Yeah. So negative emotions are those emotions which when arises in your mind leaves you perturbed, afflicted, destabilizes you. For example, anger. Anger. Is there anybody who says, I developed anger, so my mind became very stable and peaceful? Nahi hai na? It's very clear when you get when you get angry, develop anger or develop hatred, तब तो फिर कमासन युद्ध हो गया यहाँ, फिर तो बिल्कुल agitated हो जाता है, ठीक है ना? Now, for example, if you develop, say, attachment, well, how about attachment? It will not disturb your mind like done by anger and hatred, but still it disturbs your mind. कैसे?
Obsession.
हाँ?
Obsession हो जाता है.
Obsession भी हो जाता है, फिर और क्या होता है?
Fear of losing.
Fear of wish to get those things,
Craving and grasping.
Craving, grasping. It destabilizes you. All these negative emotions destabilizes you. जैसे कि मुझे ये किताब चाहिए, ये इधर है, मुझे एक किताब चाहिए, देखो डिस्टर्ब गिरने वाला है, सही गिरने वाला है, चीज चाहिए उधर, ये बहुत अच्छा है, मुझे चाहिए, destabilizes you. So all these negative emotions. And then the difference between anger and attachment. In the case of attachment, it comes like in a very close, friendly way. I like you. I want to be with you. You know, this person or object want to be with that person. But in the long run, attachment is more destructive than anger. Anger तुरंत घमासान युद्ध होगा, तुझको मार दूंगा तुरंत. Long run maybe not there. युद्ध हुआ फिर खत्म, है ना? Attachment ऐसा नहीं है. Very dangerous. All the destruction that is happening today, environmental and so many, because of attachment. And Tsongkhapa, the same teacher, he says attachment is like a drop of oil falling on a piece of cloth. It just spreads there and will be difficult to remove it. So your mind goes to a particular object that you like, you fancy, and your mind gets stuck there. मुझे यही चाहिए, मुझे lollipop चाहिए. बच्चे लोग बोलते हैं ना, माँ मुझे वही lollipop चाहिए, ठीक है ना? Your mind gets stuck there. In the long run, it's very destructive, very dangerous. ठीक है ना? So destructive emotions are those emotions which, when arises in your mind, leaves your mind completely disturbed. मन का क्या बोलता है, कबीर का एक दुआ है ना, मन का आपा खो, वो क्या है? हाँ? कबीर का नहीं, हाँ ऐसे बनी बोलिए मन का आपा खो, औरों को शीतल हो अभी शीतल हो ना. हाँ, आपा खो मतलब क्या होता है? Lose control. ठीक है. So destructive emotions, as we discussed this morning, disturbing emotions and actions, disturbing or destructive emotions. Now look at this carefully. Disturbing emotions, they are narrow-minded. All destructive emotions, they are narrow-minded. For example, when you develop attachment, attachment arises mostly to one single person, single object. दुनिया पूरा दुनिया भर को attachment थोड़ी arise करता है. It shows narrow-mindedness. यही चाहिए मुझे, जैसे मैंने बोला था ना lollipop, मुझे यही चाहिए. यही लड़की ठीक है, सबसे सुंदर है. यही young man सबसे handsome है. यही चाहिए, बस और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. बोलता है ना, नहीं बोलता है, नहीं बोलता है. यही shows narrow-mindedness. Whereas loving kindness is opposed to attachment. Loving kindness towards all sentient beings. Difference है ना? Big difference. Loving kindness, all sentient beings. Attachment, not all sentient beings. Shows narrow-mindedness. Anger also, when you get angry, he is responsible, I will kill him, kill her, पूरा दुनिया में जला दूंगा. कोई कोई पागल बोलता होगा, ज़्यादातर नहीं बोलता है. ठीक है ना? सब का कारण यही है. सब ऐसे नहीं किया. So when you get angry, you are not able to develop that holistic attitude. You pinpoint to just one person as the source of problem. Whereas the truth is that everything arises by depending on multiplicity of causes and conditions. ठीक है ना? But when you get angry, develop hatred, just one person. Shows narrow-mindedness. Narrow-mindedness. So therefore, this kind of negative emotions are narrow-mindedness. They are narrow-minded, number one. बड़ा सोच विचार नहीं कर सकते. बड़ा सोच विचार नहीं कर सकते. When you develop these negative emotions, you become small. You come with narrow-mindedness. And narrow-mindedness is very suffocating. ठीक है ना? ठीक है ना? And then similarly, all these negative emotions, they have no solid foundation. Reason नहीं है उनके पास. Reason ज़्यादा नहीं है. Reason they come up with some reason, but no valid reason. For example, if you get very angry with somebody and says that I'm going to kill this person, is that a valid reasoning? Even if that person has done a lot of bad things, but still, valid reasoning नहीं है. इसका समाधान नहीं है. Just by eliminating that person is not the solution. तो reason नहीं. So basically, उसको बोलते हैं हम लोग पागलपन है, और कुछ नहीं. And this narrow mind, these negative emotions, really they are suffocating. मैंने बोला था सवेरे, when you get angry, you have difficulty breathing. मैंने बोला था. उसी तरह attachment, जो भी आप सोचो, they are really suffocating. They bring. Now some people even go to the extent that if you really control your mind, pacify your mind, you will find solution for all the illnesses, removing all the illnesses. And there may be an element of truth there. Much of the physical, I'm not talking about just mental, much of the physical illnesses are related to the mind. एक शब्द है ना, वो क्या है? क्या है? हाँ? हाँ? Psychosomatic वो नहीं, दूसरा. According to your mind, you create this disease and you also get healing.
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
नहीं, एक शब्द है.
Auto-suggestion.
वो भी नहीं है. चलो कोई बात नहीं, I'll find it out. Placebo and nocebo. Placebo means you get healed just by thinking.
By taking a faith.
Placebo just by thinking, and similarly you can also suffer just by thinking. You must have heard that story of somebody who was caught and then said, हम लोग हिंदी मूवी में बोलते हैं ना, आपका एक खून का कतरा निकाल के मारूंगा. So they said something like this. He was tied on the bed, and then suddenly they, with rough treatments, put some like rubber pipes around, as if the blood letting something, But they actually fixed, that pipe with some water source. And that person, he was so tight on the bed, he could not move. And then suddenly, they brought this water through this pipe, after scratching his body a little bit, which made him feel, hard. And then all he could hear was the drops of water going down to a bucket. So then he was told that I will just kill you by taking each drop of the blood one by one. So he was under the impression that now my blood is being taken. After some time he was found dead. Not a drop of blood was taken out from his body. Such is the effect. ये होता है healing. होता है, मन is very, very powerful. I even read one joke which is similar. एक बेवकूफ आदमी था, तो उधर गया, मूवी देखने गया. तो मूवी देख रहा था, फिर उसके बगल में वो डॉक्टर बैठा था, उसका डॉक्टर बैठा था. तो सिर दर्द होने लगा. बोला कि डॉक्टर साहब मुझे दवाई दे दो, मेरा सिर फट रहा है. डॉक्टर ने बोला चुप, यहाँ दवाई कहाँ मिलेगा, यहाँ मूवी देखो. फिर थोड़ी देर के बाद बोला मेरा सिर फट रहा है, प्लीज डॉक्टर साहब दवाई दो. ये डॉक्टर साहब ये तो बेवकूफ आदमी सुनेगा ही नहीं. फिर बोला थोड़ा धीरज रखो, मैं कुछ कोशिश करूँगा. तो फिर चुप बैठा हुआ. फिर धीरे धीरे अपना बटन खोल दिया उसने, अपना शर्ट का बटन निकाल के. फिर दूसरी बार उसने बोला दवाई दो. फिर बोला कि वो दे दिया, क्योंकि वो it was a little bit dark, बोला कि you keep it in your mouth, don't swallow it. Then that button he put it in his mouth. Then after a while the doctor said, how are you now? He said, ठीक हो गया. This is joke, but it happens. You see, really it happens. The mind, क्या तमाशा बना के बैठता है हम लोग. Really, there's so many examples, real examples. When your mind is happy, everything is good. sunshine looks good, people look like friendly, you talk highly about everything. When your mind is upset, then you start saying bad things against the sun, against the weather, against the building, against the hawa pani, sab kuch ganda hai. Then you feel miserable, you see. So much is your, that's why I was saying your happiness and your suffering is in your hand, don't cheat yourself. So that's important. So disturbing emotions and actions, which are the causes giving rise. Now scientifically it is found that people who make lot of self-references, not talking about big, but talking about small things, I, me and mine, people who always talk about I, me and mine, these people are prone to all kind of illnesses, including heart attack, because of narrow-mindedness. Same thing is stated by Chandrakirti in his Madhyamika Avtara, right in the beginning. There is a quotation, there is a verse which talks about this. First you develop attachment to yourself, then you develop attachment to what belongs to your mind, I, mine, and then you keep on moving in the samsara like bucket, rings of bucket in the well. Exactly what the scientists are finding, you see. Me. You are the center of the world. बहुत बड़े महान आदमी है. You are the center of the universe. But when you open up, develop a little bigger perspective, yes, it is true, you also have problems, difficulties. But it's not just you. There are so many people who are suffering much more than you. Comparing to these people, you are lucky. It's mental perspective. You can really make miracles. Some years back, I saw a short documentary shot in Thailand of a person who went to fight some enemy at the border area. And before he went there, he did some Buddhist ritual and tattooed his body with the belief that he will be protected. Then he went to the war and he was caught by the enemy. Both of his legs were chopped. Real happening. Both of his hands were chopped off. Somehow he came back alive, having lost both of his legs and both of his hands. And then, because this is a very interesting phenomena, unfortunately, so people went to, interview him. And in front of that camera, the video camera, he says, now you did this Buddhist ritual and went to war with the hope that you will be protected. Now see, you lost both of your legs and both of your hands. What do you say? And then he beams. I'm saying he beams at the camera and says, still I am alive. See, look at the perspective. He's not thinking about the lost hand, lost leg. He's thinking about being alive. Still, if you have the mental courage. And similarly, if you visit some of these lepers, I visited the leper colony in Madras, which is the headquarters of, the treatment of leprosy. So there people are working without having their fingers, legs, living very cheerfully, you see. So much is really dependent upon how we think things. So इसलिए ऐसा नहीं बोलना देखिए मैं सब मेरे ऊपर है, मुझे कोई नहीं देख रहा है, मैं ही मार रहा हूँ, दुनिया मजे से बैठा है, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए, ठीक है ना? Then identify. Then if you read the stories about some of the experiences of some people who suffered in the German concentration camp, there's one book that I read which says that the main reason that he was able to come back alive was a love for his family members. Love, affection, optimism makes you survive. And you can do miracles. You can do miracles with love, with affection, you can do miracles. Love minimizes fault. When you have genuine affection, genuine love, you don't highlight the fault, you highlight the good things, which brings harmony. हम लोग बोलते हैं ना, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. उधर नहीं है, eye में है, यहाँ देखने वाले के पास है, ठीक है ना? Like I've seen mothers showering praises upon their kids. He did this, she did this, small kids, Although the kid may be really like, in a sense, I'm sorry to say that, maybe very ugly, big head, uneven head, or whatever, very ugly. But mother doesn't see that child as ugly. She sees that beautiful, wonderful, So really, it's up to our way of thinking. And when you have the right attitude, everybody, I have that experience. In my case, also I have that experience. When you meet somebody has a heavy body and really looks like a bully, Oh, this person dangerous, I don't feel like talking to that person, But when you really like come closer, talk to that person, you find out this person, so nice. So much is dependent upon your perspective. But having said that, I must not forget telling you that in Buddhism, when we talk about cultivating loving kindness and compassion must be developed based on reason, knowledge, not stupidity. When we talk about, developing loving kindness, compassion, we are not saying you become doormat. पाँव पहुँचने के लिए doormat बन जाओ, नहीं बोल रहे हम लोग. We are not saying that you just quietly receive the exploitation and bullying of everybody. नहीं बोल रहे हम. If somebody is unreasonably bullying you, taking advantage of you, every right to stand firm and react back, fight back, not negatively but positively. गुस्सा होकर के नहीं, without getting angry, take firm stand. That's very, very important. Otherwise people might think, जब से मैंने Buddhist practice शुरू किया, compassion, love, मेरा सब कुछ खो गया, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक है ना? Especially when we talk about developing non-violence, practicing non-violence, many people misunderstand this by thinking non-violence means passivity, inaction. Whereas the real meaning of non-violence is, it's a dynamic force based on development of compassion. And when you have that genuine compassion, which is how nice if all sentient beings are without suffering, then automatically you'll get up and do things for others. It's active, it's dynamic. Contrarily, if you engage in violence, actually there's no need of bravery. If you resort to arms and guns and especially like nuclear bombs, there's no room for courage and bravery. चाहिए नहीं, यहाँ air conditioned room में बैठा है, बटन दबा रहा है, उधर kill आजकल है ना, which means bravery की जगह है नहीं. And those people who without arms, able to tell the truth, fight the wrongdoing, they are strong people. Okay, so don't misunderstand that. Okay. Five minutes more before we take refuge to tea. Then identify the nature of disturbing emotions and actions, which are the causes. Kyun? Because they are the causes giving rise to the cycle of birth and death. Cycle of birth and death. जन्म लिया फिर मरा मिलता कुछ नहीं है, फिर वही स्ट्रगल, ठीक है ना? तो हम लोग बोल रहे हैं ना, अभी ये सिलसिला बंद करो. So what we are saying is now, since you said you want long-lasting happiness, so if you want long-lasting happiness, come out of this cycle. That's what we are saying. Cycle of birth and death, and cultivate a genuine aspiration to eliminate them. Genuine. Again he is saying genuine. So to start with, as I said, identify one of the negative emotions which has a predominant presence in you and try to reduce that. ये अभी अब नहीं करना है, हम सब नहीं करना है उसको. वो करना है अभी. वापस जाके पुणे में कहीं भी जाओ, वो करना है. फिर फर्क थोड़ा दिखाई देगा. नहीं तो कुछ नहीं होगा. ठीक है. Because the less you have these negative emotions, the freer you will feel. वो freedom चाहिए ना, हम लोग बार बार बोलते हैं freedom चाहिए, independence चाहिए. I want independence from the foreign domination, foreign rule. हम लोग बोलते हैं ना बार बार. Foreign rule से भी अभी आज़ाद हो गया, इंडिया आज़ाद हो गया, ब्रिटिश से आज़ाद हो गया. लेकिन फिर भी individually we are under bondage. We are not free because of these negative emotions, this tight grasping of the negative emotions. So उसे अभी हमको मुक्ति पाना. We need to get liberated from the dominance of these negative emotions, or at least loosen the grasping, loosen the tight hold of these negative emotions. वो हम निकालना है. फिर हमने एक नारा भी लगाना है. क्या करना है? नारा भी लगाना है उसके खिलाफ. अभी जान क्या बोलते हैं? जंग छेड़ दिया. जंग छेड़ दिया. मतलब fight has started now. Fighting with what? Negative emotions. अभी आपने बोलना है कि until now you fooled me, you ruled me because I didn't have that knowledge how destructive you are. I didn't have the knowledge to fight against you. Now I know who you are, you stupid negative emotions. I know who you are. Now there's no room for me. There's no room in me. कम से कम वज्रधातु में कोई रूम नहीं है negative emotions के लिए. Shut the door for negative emotions in Vajradhatu. Really, you need to make this slogan. The time when you, gone are the day, gone are the time when you cheated me. Now I know who you are. अभी मेरा दरवाजा खिड़की सब बांधे तुम्हारे लिए. पहले क्या करता था हम लोग? नेगेटिव इमोशंस कभी भी आता था, एंगर, जेलसी, हेटेड, हम लोग बोलते थे. हम लोग क्या करते? आओ भाई आओ, अंदर आओ, बैठो बैठो, चाय पियो. बोलते हैं कि नहीं बोलते? That's what the foreigners are saying, that emotions are emotions, they are all good, let them come. And that's what we have been doing. चौकीदार नहीं है, पहरेदार नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, पूरा दरवाजा खिड़की सब खुला हो. तभी तो ये चोर आके सब कुछ लेके चले जा रहा है. अभी आप बोल रहे हैं कि अभी मैं चौकीदार रखूंगा यहाँ. माइंडफुलनेस चौकीदार है आपका, अलर्टनेस चौकीदार है आपका, पहरेदार. वो वहाँ बैठा, देखो भाई वो एंगर आ गया तो उसको छोड़ना नहीं, अटैचमेंट आना आएगा तो छोड़ना नहीं, कंपेशन आ गया तो छोड़ दो उसको, लविंग काइंडनेस छोड़ दो. So when it comes to loving kindness and compassion, when you develop this, you should say, please, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize your greatness before. Now I know who you are. Please come to sit in the headquarters of my mind. Rajdhani mein baitho. Loving kindness, compassion, wisdom, and then anger, jealousy, hatred. No. Gone are the days when you cheated me. Now I know who you are. That's called practice. That's called practice. Dharma. धारण करे तो dharma. धारण करना है, उसको practice करना है, ठीक है? Okay? Tea time.
Should I move a bit here? नहीं धूप आ रही है क्या?
ठीक है ना, ओके. Yeah.
Two clarifications
Yeah.
from the previous paragraph.
Yeah.
One was if you could explain a little bit more on specific and general faults of cycle of existence. What is specific and what is general? And the second question is that we don't know what it is referring to here when it says 3 paths of training. Is it because so far from what we've read, there are 3 yanas and 5 paths?
Mm-hmm.
So which one is it referring to?
That's what I thought you were going to corner me. Go ahead.
Second paragraph.
We haven't reached the 3
We
parts.
haven't reached that yet.
Acha,
3 parts are not
3 parts.
We just stopped before that.
talked before that, okay. Okay. So that was okay. Then what was the other question, the general and the specific? Specific is, I think, I don't remember very well, but specific I think, like I don't know, like aging, sickness, these are all specific examples of problems in samsara. And the general problem is that once you develop that negative emotion, once your psychophysical aggregate is conditioned by actions and negative emotions, you are bound to suffer all kind of problems. That's applicable to anybody who is in the samsara. Probably something like that, but any other questions?
I have one question.
Yeah.
It's not a question, but it's just a confusion. I mean, it's not a confusion also, but
Yeah.
when we talk of, when we were talking today of, we're talking about life being impermanent and the rebirth.
Hmm.
So one of the examples that we're talking about, okay, the proof of rebirth is that we can remember the past life.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is one part of it, and the other part of it is where we talk about, to get a human birth is so difficult and so, okay. Yeah, it has an analogy of the tortoise coming up and
Yeah.
So for me, there are conflicting things in my mind, because one is saying that, okay, rebirth, you can see so fast, somebody comes and they're remembering what has happened,
Yeah.
and we can see it.
Yeah.
It's almost as if it's this thing, and at one time it's so difficult to get, and
Yeah.
in terms of.
Yeah, difficult to get does not mean you can't get it. So there are cases of people who come back again as a human being and able to relate all those experiences. That is also possible. But that does not mean to say that every time you will come back as a human being. There's no conflict. Right? People who are able to remember, they came back again as a human being. That's why I was talking about this finding that people who remember their past lives are normally those who died not through a natural death but through accident. You remember? Yes, I also mentioned that this goes very well with the Buddhist notion. Now I say this because when you die through accident, that means you, in many cases, you may not have lived your full life. For example, you committed a karma which has projected you a human life which is to live for 40 years. Then when you're only 20, you had an accident. Okay, your duration is not consumed.
But that is also karma.
So you have 20 years to live, and then you come back again as human being, projected by the same karma, because you have not completed your journey, right? But if you completed your journey, like if you have 40 years of life, and then you die only after 40 years without any accident, then you may not come back as a human being. You can come, but not necessarily. That's my take. But if you had collected a karma which will project you in the form of a human being, who is destined to live for 40 years, then suddenly out of accident you die when you are only 20, then you have still 20 years to live. You come back as a human being. That's possible. Because there are many causes of death. One cause of death is because your merit, the collection of merit is so weak that you don't live full human life. And then also the span of life has also come to an end. Karma has also exhausted many causes for death. Right? Okay?
Then where does, if karma explains most of the things that happen to people in life, then does it mean to say that accident is a sudden thing which is not determined by karma?
Very good remark, very good remark. But karma and condition, we talk about two things. You cannot just say, it's my karma, if my time to die has come, I will die. I will just sit in the middle of the road, national highway. If it's my karma, I will die. If it's not my karma, I will not die. Then that is stupid. Then the conditions will also come, you see. So karma and condition, cause and condition as we say, two things work together. So sometimes it is because of the condition, right?
So the question also is in
These girls now they are very fond of attacking me. Yeah, okay, I'm joking. Yeah, please.
in creating this urgency to practice.
Yeah.
In the sense that so it's in that context also that I'm asking you the question.
Yeah.
Because it could be very easy to say that I might come back and get a human life.
Might. No guarantee. Yeah.
But at the same time, it's in the terms of creating the urgency. That's how I was asking the question.
The urgency is there because you may not come back also. फिर क्या करोगे? You see? So now is the opportunity. Now you are born as a human being. बाद में पता नहीं है आएंगे वापस में आएंगे नहीं आएंगे as a human being. If you come back as a cow, as a dog, there's no possibility to do any practice. So now is the time. There is an urgency. Then even with this human life, how long we are going to live, there's no guarantee. Today may be your last day. Nobody knows, you see. ठीक है ना? तो ये वक्त है अभी. This is the time to practice. But that practice you should not do with like unnecessary fear.
No.
Right fear, not unnecessary fear. ठीक है ना? So all the Buddhist practices should be done with happiness, with the joy in the mind, not with unreasonable fear. एक बार गुरुकुल से गुरु आया था students शुरू में 2012 I remember very well. Then the people who organized that trip, the foundation people, they said, Guruji, we are bringing this Gurukul group. So among the group, 2-3 people are interested in Buddhist philosophy. Can you spare some time to teach them a little bit? I said, okay. Although I was not fond of like spending so much time to 2-3 people, but I said, okay. Then 2 girls and 1 young boy, they came. Then the 2 girls, they were like listening and very nice, but the boy has a revolting mind. Whatever I say, ye karke kya karoge, wo karke kya karoge, he is a very revolting mind. After having explained many things, he said, Guruji, what is use of knowing all these things? फिर दूसरे दिन भी उसने बोला कि Guruji, what is the use of knowing all these things? Then I asked him, I got a little bit exasperated. Then I told him, are you going to a university or school? He said, yes, I'm going to college. I said, what is use of going to college? फिर बोला पढ़ाई के लिए, to study. And I said, what is use of studying? जीने के लिए. Then I said, what is use of जीना? जी के क्या करोगे बोला मैंने उसको. You see, if you like keep on thinking like this, then it doesn't make any sense. to anything, you see. Okay? Yeah.
Here you spoke about the scope, initial, middle,
Yeah, yeah.
and higher scope.
Yeah.
So is that the same as in other places they talk about
Small
students of small faculties, middle,
Yeah,
and
same,
that's
same,
the same.
same, same.
So does this the level of faculties, let's say, does it depend on merit or on the?
No.
what is
It's like this. Among human beings, not all are same. Some are very intelligent, very sharp. Some are less intelligent. Some are very dull. Buduram. Hena, hekine, Buduram, hena. So the Buddha, recognizing these different levels of mental disposition and capacity, he gave different levels of teaching.
Ultimately,
He has a very profound, teaching to give, but it's like why do we have kindergarten up to PhD? Because at the end of the day, PhD करना है सबने. तो शुरू से उनको PhD का subject पढ़ा दो. Kindergarten से क्यों शुरू कर रहे हैं? There's no other way, because they will not be able to understand PhD subject. So from kindergarten, then first class, second class, third class, धीरे-धीरे करके. Right? So depending upon mental level, disposition, different teachings are given. Number one. Number two, even in the case of the same person, now this teaching is talking about the same individual practitioner. He also, in terms of mental development, it has to be stage by stage. Not at one go. Because if you try to overreach without having the foundation, you will fall down. So that's why step by step, for that reason. Okay?
But if you are talking about, say, for example, we are talking about higher faculties. So that could also mean that he has finished the previous one in past lives and has developed the merit to be at a higher faculty. So it also depends on
That's also possible.
merit.
Yeah. That's also possible. Yeah.
Keshav, this always brings me to this confusion between relationship between brain and consciousness.
Yeah.
Because consciousness has full potential,
Yeah.
whether the brain has the capacity or not. So it means to say that our capacity to be able to achieve full potential of our consciousness depends on the ability of the mind.
Exactly.
And if we don't have that ability, we may not be able to develop the consciousness.
Brain.
The ability of the brain, the physical brain. So what is that relationship? Because earlier on also, when in the conversation you were mentioning memory, from whatever we've been studying, memory is a very specific function.
Now,
of
two
the
things you need
physical
to
brain.
know. Two things you need to know. The capacity and the possibility, the extent of possibility of development of the physical body, including brain, and the capacity for development of the mind or consciousness. This is very clearly explained in Buddhist epistemology, like Dignags, Parman. Here it says, like, in the case of the physical body, because it is physical, material, so by definition, anything that is physical, material, has limited capacity for development, not unlimited capacity for development. In the case of the mind, because the basis of the training, the mind itself is not limited, not confined to a physical object, so it can be developed to limitless quality. Example that he has given is, if you take a physical object, development of physical object, like say long jump, or boiling the water. Okay? You boil the water, make it will become hotter and hotter for a certain extent, then after that it will not become hotter, it will just dissipate into vapor. Limitless heat nahi ho sakta wahan. Similarly, long jump. You may be the world's #1 long jump, gold medalist. So today you are world's number one in long jump, but still you continue to practice. It will never be possible that you reach an extent where you have started jumping from one mountain to another mountain. वो हो ही नहीं सकता. थोड़ा कुछ तरक्की होगा, फिर नहीं होगा. Because the basis of your training is body, physical. Now in the case of the mind, you can develop it to limitless quality, because the basis on which you are giving the training is very stable, reliable. Like for example, Einstein, supposed to be one of the best brain. He said he used less than 15% of the brain. It's not talking about mind, forget about mind. Even the brain scientists, they are saying that even in terms of the use of the brain, we are not able to use even 15% of the brain. यूज करता ही नहीं हम लोग, सोचता ही नहीं हम लोग, कहाँ सोचते हैं हम लोग, ऐसे चलता है, ठीक है ना? So that's why in Buddhism when we talk about meditation, if I use the brain language, then we are talking about making more connections, making the brain cells talk to each other. That's called meditation. Brain cells talk to each other. If you think about the number of brain cells of an adult or a small kid or grown-up person, in terms of the number, it's more or less same, not much difference. The number of the cells. But the difference is in terms of the connection, talking to each other. So grown-up people, they had made more connections. Young people, they have made less connections. Number one, very interesting finding. I was reading that book on brain, I was like, oh, this is exactly talking about meditation. Now, number one, connection. And then more importantly, connection is also connection, but what kind of connection you are going to make? Positive connection or negative connection? So if you practice loving kindness, compassion, wisdom and things like that, then you are making the positive connection. And your brain will function positively, constructively. If you make the negative connection, you will become a gunda, you know. Again, it's in Buddhism we call it habituation. Meditation means habituation, getting habituated. Like practicing football, you know, doing it again and again. So whatever you do repeatedly, you will become expert in that. The negative field or positive field. So my point, you know, as a kind of answer to your question is, brain is a physical object. Even that we are not able to use, as I said, even 15%. Now in the case of the mind, until you become Buddha. But of course this will bring many questions, like how did Buddha manage to do that? Then in Buddhism we say he reached that state not because of one life's effort, but many lives' effort. Who is going to prove that? These questions are there. The fact is that he is able to give all these teachings so systematically, so logically. And most of the teachings that we are talking about right now is teachings that we are able to relate to. There are many metaphysical levels of teachings that the Buddha gave, about which we may not be able to relate even right now. So how did he reach that level? How did he manage to explain all these emotions, process of dealing with them, and the different stages? Like for example, he talks about the 5 grounds, 10 spiritual levels. How did you figure that out? Unless you have traveled, unless you have experienced. You see, I am not saying this. Thinkers, they have written books about Buddha. How did he? And then one of the writer, David Kalufana, a good philosophy writer. In that book, it has been written that there's one level of the teaching of the Buddha, which you may not be familiar, but if you listen, you will also be able to agree, yes, that seems correct. But then there's another level of the teaching, which right now, no way you can figure that out. So but then how did he manage to explain that in such a subtle, detailed way? He's able to explain that because he has traveled that path, experienced it. So that's why we say like the Buddha took countless eons to become enlightened. So for us, small mind, it's difficult to believe. But at least one comforting starting area for us is the capacity for the mind to develop. इतना तो हमको पता है. इतना पूरा life जिंदगी you पढ़ो, study, mind will never say I'm full. ये gigabyte ये कुछ भी नहीं है अभी. हमारा mind जो है ना बहुत अभी gigabyte कितना मिल रहा है आजकल? GB, TB, 1 TB. हाँ इतना ही मिल रहा है ना? इतना ही मिल रहा है. अब छोटा में तो नहीं मिलता. मैंने कोशिश किया. 150 GB मिला मुझे छोटा सा. Because I'm greedy, I want to take not a big one, small one. So I looked around in this narrow place. I bought a small one, 150 GB, small one. Then bigger one, 500 GB or 1 TB. But the mind is like much more than how. Where is it storing? You call it brain or mind, whatever. There's so much capacity.
Yeah, I have a question. Like, I'm a yoga practitioner.
Yeah.
In Raj Yoga, when we do meditation,
Yeah.
the purpose is to develop concentration power,
Yeah.
ekagrata,
Yeah.
to take us to the dhyan, dharana, samadhi
Yeah.
sthiti.
Yeah.
And while we do meditation here,
Yeah.
more emphasis is on the thinking on impermanence.
Not just that.
We contemplate on impermanence in meditation while we are practicing.
Yeah, meditation, you can meditate on any object. Because this whole path that we are talking about, precious human life, impermanence, everything is for meditation.
But the ultimate goal is concentration or
No. Ultimate goal is to get that highest level of happiness and peace. Because the question she asked, which I am going to now read tomorrow morning, the 3 paths of training, which means Shila, Samadhi, Prajna, morality, concentration and wisdom. These 3 are the means to get happiness, to get peace, to get liberation, to get enlightenment. So in order to develop those fine qualities, you have to have an ethical way of life. Morality, जिसको हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं शील. शील comes from the word शीतलता. In English, the best word we can use in English is cool. If you go to places like Canada, then they'll say, "Oh, your shirt is so nice, cool, cool." Like that. Really, meaning that when your mind is cool, when it's not scorched by the heat of negative emotions, when your mind is cool, shant, then you can concentrate. Then you can develop wisdom to analyze things. Mind heat disturbed, it's angry, obsessed with things. Okay, forget about meditation. Forget about analytical meditation and wisdom, right? So the most important thing is shila. That is why ethics, morality is so important. So morality basically means not sitting in a corner looking nice, but it basically means number one, refraining from negative deeds. That's ethics. Second, developing positive qualities. Not doing negative deed is good, but not enough. You also need to do the good things. So developing good virtuous practices. That's also good, but still not enough, because the purpose of refraining from negative deeds and doing positive deeds is to help other sentient beings. So the third ethics is ethics of helping others. Amazing, the Buddhist explanation of ethics. It's really amazing. It's not talking about observing a discipline that is imposed upon you by some external authority, no. It's for your own well-being. You stop doing bad things, do good things. There is a verse in one of the texts where he says, do not do anything that is negative, do everything that is positive. Completely discipline your mind. This is my teaching. The Buddha said it. Right? So that is ethics. So when you have that ethics, then your mind can easily concentrate and also analyze, develop wisdom. And the purpose is, as I said, to fight with negative emotions, because you want that long-lasting happiness. And what obstructs achieving long-lasting happiness is negative emotions. When you have done away with the negative emotions, you are happy.
this morning you gave an example that a man who goes to a mall and shopkeepers in the mall are going to dupe him. And maybe it is his bad karma.
Yeah.
He has to pay for it. But suppose if he doesn't go to the mall, he is going to be duped anyway and he has to catch up, that karma is going to catch up with him.
Yeah.
And another person who realizes and knows about karma,
Yeah.
and he knows that he is likely to be duped in the mall, does that mean that he should stop going to the mall?
No. No, what I'm saying is, number one, I'm not saying everything that you are experiencing is due to karma. That may be going a little bit too far. खिड़की से हवा आ रहा है हमारा karma. No, there is an element of karma there also, but not everything. Because in the Buddhist text, in the Lamrim itself, it says when you get nice breeze and feel happy, there's also result of karma. But that's related to your experience, your feeling. So karma is related to your feeling. But otherwise, if there is a wind and the one leaf falls there which you are seeing, you say, oh, karma, the leaf fell down. No, there's nothing to do with karma. Right? Like that. So not necessarily everything is karma, but what we are saying is, karma has no fatalistic idea that your fate is determined by karma. People who have no understanding of karma, they say, "Sab karma hai, hum nahi kya karna, hum to makre jal mein phas gaya, ab kya karna nahi." Not like that. And then people who have no understanding of emptiness, they also say, "Oh, humne kyun effort karna hai? Everything is emptiness." Stupid. Because everything is the nature of emptiness, therefore it makes sense to make effort. The karma plays a very important role, therefore it's important to make more karma, positive karma. Karma means action. Right? So therefore you need to be careful whether you should see whether you should go to the mall or not go to the mall, whether you should talk to this person or not talk to this person. If you say, okay, even if I don't go to mall, I'll get entrapped by someone else, therefore I better go to mall. No, that's not the way. The way is, wherever there is a risk, there is a danger for your physical well-being, mental well-being. You, as much as possible, try to stay away from that. In terms of making friendship with good people, the Buddhist text, they say, with whomever you associate, by associating somebody with somebody, if your compassion increases, your love increases, your wisdom increases, then clear sign that you are with a good person, good friend. By associating with somebody, your anger increases, jealousy increases, attachment increases, your love decreases, compassion decreases. It's clear you are with bad friend. So whether it's environment or friend, you need to be alert. Yeah.
Shila, what exactly is having a wrong view mean? What is a wrong view?
Wrong view means like anything that is impermanent. Like I'm impermanent, you are impermanent, this thing, table is impermanent, building is impermanent. But if you say, no, I am permanent, Geshe Lhakdor is permanent, this house is permanent, that's wrong view. Similarly, when we talk about cause-effect relationship, based on the cause you get similar fruits. If you say, no, cause can be anything, fruit can be anything, there is no relation, correlation, it's wrong karma. When we talk about interdependent origination, there's no, there's no thing called interdependent origination. Everything exists from its own side. That's wrong karma. If I talk about complete enlightenment, if you say, no, it's not possible to get complete enlightened, it's misconception.
So if someone is not convinced about rebirth, is that also a wrong view?
You see, without any knowledge, if you simply say, I am not interested, then that's not actually a belief. It's almost like hypothesis, You are saying, I don't believe. What is your reason? I have no reason. Okay, up to you. If that person comes with a reason, that these are my reasons to prove that there is no future life. Okay? And then develops a conviction. Almost comes with a thesis. then it's misconception, it's a wrong view. Right? So wrong view basically means going against the truth, going against reality. There are many people who go against reality. That's why we use the term ignorance, which means misconception of reality. Okay? Any other questions? You see, I must mention this, while you plan to attack me more, I'll explain this a little bit. In the Buddhist teaching, it talks about 3 levels of phenomena. One, obvious phenomena. Obvious means which you can see, that this is flower, this is water, this is table, obvious. So in that obvious level of phenomena, you should, as much as possible, use your senses. Science is doing that. Even when your senses are not able to reach, they use these powerful machines, empowering the senses and then seeing that. So do that. Do that means, there also we fail. Normally we don't do that. दूसरों से सुनकर फिर हम बोलते हैं कि ऐसा है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए. तुम खुद, हम लोग बोलते हैं ना हिंदी में, आंखों देखा हाल. So in that level of obvious phenomena, don't listen to gossip. If you have seen, then talk about it. If you have heard, talk about it. Otherwise, you can, if you want to talk, at least say, I don't know, I have not seen, but people are saying like this. Fair. Don't relate that information as if you have seen that. So that's very important to talk about the fact. It's very important that you should yourself, see and make sure that you have heard that by yourself. That's why the nature has given us 2 eyes, 2 ears. ज़्यादा देखो, ज़्यादा सुनो, कम बोलो. मुंह एक ही है ना. Only one mouth. है ना? हम लोग opposite. बोलता बहुत है, दिखता भी नहीं, सुनता कौन है आजकल? We are today, the world is suffering from not listening to others. We are ready to talk. Everybody is ready to talk. And I am talking. Listening नहीं. तो nature ने हम लोग बोला कि listen करो. चारों ओर से देखो, एक इधर है ना, एक इधर है ना, इधर भी सुनो, इधर भी सुनो. हाँ, फिर सामने जो आ रहा है वो आंख से देखो. ये सूंघने वाला जो है ना, इतना काम नहीं है. सूंघने वाला दूसरों का मामला में ज़्यादा दखल मत करो. खुद का सूंघो. इधर है ना, नीचे है ना, है कि नहीं? नीचे है ना, उधर थोड़ी सुअर की तरह थोड़ी. सुअर को बाहर से ढूंढना है वो सारा, तो इसलिए वो नाक ऐसे है ना. हम लोगों को है कि नहीं? हाँ रहा है. तो बोलता है कि make sure that your body is not smelling, just and then टांग को भी ज़्यादा काम नहीं. अंदर जब खाना आएगा तब फिर जांचो पार को. तब तक आपको कोई जरूरत नहीं. बाहर अंदर बैठो चुपके से. खाना अंदर आएगा फिर उसको टेस्ट करो. ठीक है ना? तो if you look at nature, it's really like a lot of things we can learn from our body. Like hand, His Holiness, many fingers. They say, hand इतना लंबा क्यों बनाया? इतना लंबा finger क्यों बनाया? To hug other people with love, with affection. Not for hitting. If it is for hitting, then this finger not necessary. Should be feast, good to eat. अब दांत भी दिया है ना स्माइलिंग करने के लिए, दूसरों को काटने के लिए नहीं. If we act like tiger, lion, we cannot kill anybody. We will lose all our teeth. दूसरों को kill करने के लिए नहीं दिया है, smile करने के लिए. ठीक है ना? So basically more vegetarian kind of animal. Really, and nails also देखो, not for killing. We don't have nails, the paws like the hawks and things like that. So if you look at your body, it's non-violent nature. फिर सारा गलती कहाँ से हो रहा है? गलती सोच विचार गलत होने से. As I explained this morning, we have wonderful human intelligence, very powerful intelligence, but it is used in the wrong side, like nuclear energy. That's the problem. So that's why human beings need training in the right direction. ठीक है ना? So therefore that's called obvious phenomena. Why, as much as possible, find the news by yourself, by listening, by seeing. Then there's a second level of phenomena which is called slightly hidden phenomena, which you cannot directly see with your senses, which you need to figure out through reasoning. Like for example, normally we say in a distance on the mountain, if you see smoke, not the fire, you can figure out with the reason that there is smoke, there must be person there, there must be fire there. You are not able to directly see, but you can figure it out through reasoning. It is the second way of finding things. So that's why in Buddhism there is so much important place for logic and reasoning, reason out. Then there's the third level of phenomena, which you cannot, neither can directly see, nor reason it out. You have no other choice but to listen to somebody. And that somebody should be a reliable person. So that's why many of these teachings that Buddha spoke about, the things, metaphysical, many metaphysical things Buddha spoke about, we rely on the Buddha because on those levels of teaching, which is obvious to us, which we can infer, all his teachings came out to be correct. And also Buddha is a compassionate teacher. So therefore there's no reason that he would cheat us. So in a roundabout reasoning, then even though we may not be able to directly infer or obviously know it, but indirectly we can reason it out, that whatever the Buddha says is correct. For example, if some people ask me, Geshe-la, when were you born? Then I say 1956. Okay? Then when I say 1956, then if you again ask me why, how did you know about this, that you were born in 1956? Then I'll say, I cannot say I've seen it. Right? I also cannot say I have reasoned it out. I'm so clever. Many logic istemal kiya. Or bhi hum nahi kar sakte. Then how did you come out? How did you know about that? My parents told me. And how can you trust your parents? Because parents love me. They are not going to get anything by telling my birthday wrong. So in a roundabout reasoning, you rely on this. Similarly, another example. For example, if I say, in my pocket, what is there in my pocket? It is completely hidden to you. There's no way you can see it directly. There's no way you can reason it out. You can use some reason, but very difficult to reason it out. Because my pocket may be empty completely. So what is the way of finding out what is there in my pocket? Listening to my word. If I'm honest, then I'll tell you, I have a key. So you have to listen to somebody who is reliable, not listening to everybody. So these are the three processes of knowing things. Okay? Now, yeah.
Shunyata is a slightly hidden phenomenon because it can
Reason
be
out,
understood.
yeah.
So what would be an example of very hidden phenomenon?
Very hidden phenomena, like for example, what are the causes, what are the karmic causes for my head a little bit bigger than others. Something like that, something like that. Okay. Yeah.
Ignorance is a wrong view, or ignorance is part of a wrong view?
Ignorance is wrong view.
Is wrong view.
Misconception of reality. So this morning I said two very important things. Number one, the two prominent enemies. You remember them. What are they? Self-grasping and self-cherishing attitude. Self-cherishing attitude means thinking just about oneself and completely forgetting others. That is a disease that we have everywhere. Second is self-grasping, which means ignorance. Ignorance means seeing things as having intrinsic, independent, absolute existence when there is none. Okay? So these are the two bosses of all the negative emotions. So we need to dethrone them. Now when we talk about doing Buddhist practice, we are talking about dethroning them. अभी कहाँ बैठा है? हेडक्वार्टर में बैठा है दोनों, मजे से बैठा है, टांग फैला के बैठा है, सोफे पर बैठा है, sipping nice cup of tea. कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर रहा अभी तक. Why? Why you are not challenging? Because we have this stupid way of seeing everything that belongs to you as good. Anger, very bad. Yes, anger, very bad. But what about your anger? My anger, some justification. Really, that's what we do. And I call that, I give a talk called smelly socks. Smelly socks. To track that point, you know. Smelly socks means, when it is my socks, it may be really smelly, but because it is my socks, I don't see it very smelly. Sometimes I even bring it to my nose. And sniff. Don't laugh, you're doing this. Be honest. Okay, just to check out whether it's clean or not, you bring it. Because it's your smell, socks. But if it is other people's socks, it may be brand new, but it's still, socks. So, this is because of self-grasping. Self-grasping. ठीक है ना? Self-cherishing attitude and self-grasping. So therefore we need to dethrone this now. That's the job of any practitioner. The most important job is fighting with negative emotions, especially the root of all the negative emotions, which is self-grasping, ignorance, supported by self-cherishing. Self-grasping, the ignorance, misconception of reality is the real problem. So, therefore, in order to kick them out, in order to dethrone them, we need to develop the two counter forces. What is the counter force against ignorance? Wisdom, understanding, emptiness. Because wisdom, understanding, emptiness sees things having no independent existence. Emptiness means not nothingness, but empty of independent existence. Then the counter force against self-cherishing is bodhicitta. Bodhicitta. Because self-cherishing attitude thinks just about oneself, not about others. Bodhicitta thinks about all sentient beings. That's the antidote. So these two are the most important practices in all the Lamrim teachings, stages of the path teachings, in all the mind training teachings. If you remember these two and practice these two, you are fine. So remember that. Meditate on bodhicitta regularly, meditate on shunyata regularly. These are the two main practices. Sometimes these two are referred as conventional bodhicitta, ultimate bodhicitta. Conventional bodhicitta means bodhicitta. Ultimate bodhicitta means not bodhicitta, but it refers to wisdom, understanding, emptiness. So these two are the most important practices of all the Buddha's teachings. So remember that. Because all the problems, difficulties that we are experiencing comes because of self-cherishing attitude and forgetting the well-being of others. All the problems I am saying. So therefore some of the teachers, they say, if you are unhappy, meditate on bodhicitta. If you are happy, meditate on bodhicitta. If you are eating, meditate on bodhicitta. If you are sleeping, meditate on bodhicitta. If you are walking, meditate on. It's like panacea, which cures all diseases. Instead, if you think just about yourself alone, As I said already, your mind becomes very narrow. Me, I, me. Focus is very narrow. When the focus is very narrow, even if there is a small problem, you tend to see it as if it is of unsurmountable magnitude. But if you think bigger, then you have a problem, yes. But comparing to many things, this is insignificant. Therefore, some of the great Buddhist teachers, they say, if it is good for me to die tonight, wonderful. Let me die tonight. It's wonderful. Why? Why wonderful? Not because they have developed a pessimistic attitude, but it's wonderful because they will say, if I am going to die tonight, it's good for me to die tonight. Wonderful because I will not continue to live creating suffering on other people. Wonderful. Happy, ready to die. If I am not going to die tonight but going to live for a long, long life, wonderful. Because then I will continue to do all the good things for others. So look at the mental attitude, you know. If your mental attitude is of right perspective, whatever comes is all perfect. This is wonderful, it's amazing. Really, it's really like panacea which cures, transforms all things into positive experiences. That's their prayer. That's a prayer. If there is a rainfall, it's wonderful, it's good for crop. हम लोग जैसा नहीं सोचते, हम लोग सोचते ये रेन हो गया फिर क्या, फ्लड तो नहीं होगा यहाँ, हमारा जमीन सारा ले जाएगा ये. Not only the negative things, you know, positive things. Then shunyata, emptiness, which when you really look at things. Now science is also proving that slowly. Like for example, if you look at your body, for example, before talking big, let us look at your body, our body. We develop this grasping to oneself because we think, I am here, solid. With my body, with my mind, solid here. Look, people are listening to me, see? I exist independently from my own side, look. We develop this kind of notion. But if you really look carefully, where is this speaker? What you are saying is the speaker's body, not the speaker. Speaker थोड़ी Geshe Lhakdor आप नहीं देख सकता है. अब क्या देख रहा है? इसका शरीर देख रहा है. उसका माइंड तो आप देख ही नहीं सकता. ठीक है ना? तो कहाँ है? You search Geshe Lhakdor from the top of the head down to the sole of your feet. You will not find him. When you search, है कि नहीं? Now science is proving by this saying that if you use a powerful, क्या बोलता है वो, microscope,
electron microscope,
something like that. Your the so-called solid concrete body, you will see it just like bubbling energy, nothing else. And then the changes that we are talking about, impermanence that we are talking about, is now proved by science by saying that your body is never remains static. It's in a total flux, changing all the time. So much so that after 7 years, it's a completely new body, including the bone cells. So there's a story of a criminal who was caught and remained in prison for 7 years. So he had heard about this. He said, now I'm a different person, please release me. So I don't know how to deal with that person. But that's the thing, you see, that's the thing, really. So it's changing all the time. So why we develop so much grasping? It's all designation. And the designation plays a big role. इसको हम माइक्रोफोन क्यों नहीं बोल रहा है आजकल? इसको पेन क्यों बोल रहा है? माइक्रोफोन बोलना चाहिए इसको बोलना चाहिए पेन. Now today, if I say I'm speaking through the pen, फिर आप लोग बोलेंगे गुरुजी क्या हो गया उसका सब दिमाग ठीक नहीं है. It's all designation. If somebody right in the beginning called this pen, today there's no problem. You will not laugh if I say I'm speaking through the pen. Geshe, is the pen working? So really, it's all designation. Now designation, all designation does, again, it's a very interesting, mystifying thing. All designation does not mean designation karo, create karo, तब तो मैं अभी बिलियनियर हो जाऊंगा. इसको हम designation करूंगा, ये डॉलर है सारा. ये पूरा किताब डॉलर है. बार-बार डॉलर है, बिल्कुल डॉलर है. बोलने से नहीं हो जाता. इसमें आपका अनुमति भी चाहिए. How things function is very interesting. So, things being designated does not mean that you create anything just by giving a name. That also doesn't mean. So, it should be based on worldly conventions, agreement, so many things. But the point that I'm driving at is, from the objective side, there's nothing that has independent existence apart from what is being designated. But to our ordinary uninformed mind, we don't see it that way. We tend to see it as if the thing is existing from its own side. If when you like somebody, oh, so nice, 100% nice, my friend, 100% nice. When you don't like somebody, oh, 100% negative. Black, white. That's the problem. That's the problem. Because there's no certainty. The so-called friend may be enemy tomorrow. The so-called enemy may be your dear friend tomorrow, you see. So this flexibility is there because things don't exist from its own side. Okay? One question. We have 5 minutes.
There's a question but not related to what we have studied today. It is something that we studied in the Nalanda Master's course, which is mistaken consciousness and deceptive consciousness.
Deceptive, mistaken, I think same.
They distinguish as two different. And then, like today when you responded to the question on ignorance, whether it is wrong view, is it a mistaken view or a deceptive view?
Deceptive also, mistaken also, misconception also, wrong view also. So same, I think it's same basically.
The Tibetan word I know.
Huh? Tushi and Lokshe. Mistaken consciousness and wrong consciousness. Wrong consciousness means when you have made a mistake with the main object of engagement. Mistaken means you make a mistake with the way it appears. Like for example, if you are traveling in a boat, okay, because you are moving and you see the trees also moving. That's not mistaken. That's mistaken, but not necessarily wrong consciousness. Because so long as you are able to see the main object as tree, in the case of the main object of engagement, you are not wrong. But you are seeing it moving, therefore it is mistaken. Okay? In the case of mistaken consciousness, most of our consciousness are mistaken, because we tend to see things as having inherent existence. But it's not wrong, because, for example, if you look at the glass, you're able to see the glass, which is the main object of engagement. So therefore it's not wrong, but you are seeing the glass as having independent existence. That's mistaken. Deceptive, I think both. It depends upon how you use the term.
Wrong is being as mischievous.
Deceptive. Deceptive means when you see the reality as something different, then you are deceived. Therefore you call it deceptive. Okay?
Even I have one question not related to this topic. I have met one person who is from Kinnaur, Spiti, and they are all practicing Buddhism. They are monasteries and all. The person was telling us that if the death happens, then they are supposed to spend lots of money. I mean, all the rituals which happen, the donation that they have to do. So they all had a fear of that. like because some of them have said it comes to lakhs of rupees, which many of them are not still, they don't have that kind of a money.
Yeah.
So it was causing, they said it's quite stressful for us.
Yeah, true.
Then why, since we, I mean, you talk of
Because that is
the suffering, isn't we causing the suffering?
Exactly, you're causing suffering. That's why I'm saying most of the suffering that we experience are our man-made sufferings. So that is an example of man-made suffering. That has nothing to do with Buddhist teaching. Because in the case of Buddhist teaching,
they have to give this to the monasteries only.
no, you don't have to give. They are giving. They are giving doesn't mean they have to give. For example, dowry in India. Is it necessary to practice dowry? Is it necessary to practice sati? It's not necessary, but people are doing it because of convention, stupidity. ये कर रहा है, मैं नहीं करने से वो बोलेगा हमको कुछ बोलेगा, इसलिए मुझे भी करना है पूजा. वही कर रहे हैं हम लोग. Flock mentality we call it. Flock mentality. They have no understanding of dharma. Dharma, in the true sense of the term, how much you will fare well after you are dead depends upon what did you do when you were living, what was your practice. Not so much about how many monks gathered after your death, how much puja they have done. It may make some difference. You know, imagine if the whole life you do bad things, then after your death you spend not only lakhs but crores of rupees, do months and months of puja, and then you go to Nirvana. That means you can engage in corruption. Then you can also engage in practice, bribery with the Lord of Death. Therefore, the Buddha said, the Buddhas do not wash the sins of sentient beings with water. Buddhas, forget about this ordinary monks. He said, the Buddhas do not wash the sins of sentient beings with water. The Buddhas cannot remove the sufferings of sentient beings with hand. The Buddhas cannot transfer their knowledge into the minds of sentient beings. They can only show the path of the truth. If they practice it, they can get liberated. If there is a possibility to transfer his omniscience and knowledge into our mind, he has a compassion, he will definitely do it. But it's simply not possible. वो नहीं होता है. लेकिन हम लोग क्या करते हैं? Social norms, conventions, stupid. Like in certain areas, after the death of somebody, people have a big feast. I was in Sikkim in I think September last year, where we organized a big conference, a dialogue between Buddhism and science. There I heard that they virtually have feast, meat and liquor, whatever, supposed to be, lamenting the death of somebody, but they are having feast. These things happen because of wrong local so-called teachers who have no idea, because they want to get some money. So they come up with all, you have to do this, you have to do that. And then ordinary people, they have no idea, they follow this. गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत है. पैसा खर्च नहीं करना. No, I mean, to get some satisfaction, you do like reasonable, like prayer or something good. I'm not saying it is totally useless. It's good for your, mental satisfaction, But to think that all your wrongdoings will be purified by their puja, ऐसा कभी नहीं होता. कभी भी नहीं होता. हो नहीं सकता. ठीक है ना? When you are, for example, alive, then maybe if I do some puja, you mentally think, oh, no, this puja will help me. Then because of your mind, it will help. But the person who is already dead, how are you going to help him? With just one puja? Not possible. But we do all these practices because we don't want to do practice, actually, honestly speaking. we want someone else to do it. So when somebody dies, Guruji को बुलाओ, उसको 10 रुपए दे दो, पूजा कर देना. आपने कुछ नहीं करना. But the Buddhist teaching actually says, if one of your family member dies, you should be the one who is doing puja, because you have closer connection with that person. That person who died is your relative, your family member. You have closer karmic connection. So that will be more effective if you do the puja. But that we don't do. You do the easy thing, call some people, give some money, do them puja. And then say, we did a good puja. वही करते हैं हम लोग, दिखावा के लिए सब कुछ, ठीक है ना? Okay, thank you.
We'll do a dedication.
Yeah.
Dedication.
Yeah. Okay.
In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good, all powerful denizens and so please remain until samsara ends. Just as the wave Manjushri and Samantha realize things as they are, also I dedicate all these merits in the best way that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these fruits of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so that I may perform the noble bodhisattva. May the supreme bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase forevermore. As long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to distress the miseries of the world. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Buddha and lead all beings without exception into the enlightened state. And I dedicate the merit thus gathered to the realization of the deeds and the prayers of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 3 times, and to upholding the dharma of teaching and realization. May I, in all lives, through the cause of this merit, never separate from the 4 wings of the Mahayana vehicle and accomplish all the stages of the path, renunciation, bodhicitta, perfect view, and the true state. With the wish to free all beings, I shall always go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha until I reach full enlightenment. Inspired by wisdom and compassion, today leave Buddha's presence and generate the mind of full awakening for the benefit of all sentient beings. I go for refuge to the triple gems and confess the negative things spiritually. I rejoice in the virtues of all the beings. I hold the precious Buddha in my heart. The path of the union of emptiness and compassion is lucidly explained by the protector of both the Dharma and the beings of the snowland. You are the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso. We supplicate you that your wishes are fulfilled continuously. With the operations of evil thoughts and deeds, of the negative forces of humans and non-humans, who harbor malice to perverted prayers against the teachings of the Buddhas, be totally banished to the power of the truth of the 3 jewels. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the stages and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhatu. Throughout my future lifetimes, may I always be guided by Arya Manjushri and be able to uphold the Dharma in general, with the teach independent origination in particular, even at the cost of my life.